Well, hello there. Welcome, 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 everybody. Oh, there I am. Happy Friday, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Make yourselves at home. Come on, get in, get in. Take a seat, take a seat, take a seat, take a seat. Hello, who all is here so far? Welcome, Socket. Welcome to my chat. I'm so glad you're here. You picked an excellent night to show up if you're still there. Mitchell, welcome. Zuffins, welcome. Vonziel, welcome. Kitty Cryptid, welcome. Kitty Cryptid. Maya, welcome. Amelia, welcome. Rule Breaker, welcome to my channel. Welcome to my chat. Poison Gecko, Brian Lloyd, Death Score. Wow. Okay. Hey, it's all right. Welcome, everybody. You made it. It's frickin' Friday. It's the end of the week. We got there. We did it. We pulled it off. I hope you've had a wonderful, wonderful week. Welcome to the end of it, I hope. Welcome to payday, possibly, for some of you. Welcome to the start of your relaxing weekend, maybe. If it's not, hey, listen, I hope that tonight can be an incredible reprieve where you can kick back and relax and let go of your troubles and have fun for a couple of hours before you got to get back in there tomorrow. But either way, welcome to your little oasis Friday night, the Ace Attorney stream. I am Melizand. You can call me Mel. I'm so glad you're all here. Welcome, 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 welcome. I am so stoked for tonight. Quick disclaimer. I am nothing if not brutally honest about so many things. And, you know, a couple of things I get like weirdly tiptoey and diplomatic. But most of the time I'm so honest. That's the brand image. Brainworms are happening today. I'm in kind of a weird sort of sad mood, but I am excited to do this because I feel like this is my favorite performance all week. It is the most exhausting thing I do on this channel, but it has been worth it every single time. It is so much fun to get in there and explore the story and play different characters and get to just be silly and have fun and goofy and anime as fuck and all of those good things. So I'm hoping that tonight will be an awesome reprieve for all of us. But I am letting you know in case like I occasionally let slip like a wistful sigh. It's because I'm in it and I'm fighting my way through. So I hope you all had a wonderful week. How's everyone's Friday been going so far? I sound like a stand-up comedian. How's it going, folks? How's your week been? Did you find your way here through the traffic? How about the weather? Am I right? I hope you've all had a good one. Tell me about it. Tell me about some wins. I also we'll chat for like 2 seconds before I jump in. If anyone wants to share any cool things they got going on in their life, I want to hear it. But I also am sensitive to the fact that I'm starting like 40 minutes after I said I would, so I want to jump in sooner rather than later. You booked a thing. Ow! Oh, fuck, don't do that. Let's go. Maya, congratulations. Hell yeah. That's so cool. I'm so excited for you. I can't wait to hear about it. Ow, 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 ow. I hit the table with my knuckles. And Nidalia, welcome. Toresk, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I love that. Sorry, I'm just going to go off for a second on. I love that the like slightly combative person that popped in and was like complaining about the music and then just had problems with like 3 different things and now they're banned. I love that their name is Rule Breaker. That you are on brand, my friend. If you logged out and you're still watching, you are on brand, and I appreciate you.
Went to the bar. The bartender said, "What can I get you?"
What?
Pop goes to Weasel.
What? Pop goes to Weasel. Wait, what? Hang on, let me check my email. What the hell was that joke? Death Score, thank you so much for the $10. I completely did that joke pop up on the screen? Why didn't I see it in chat? What the hell? What the heck? How do I look up the log? I want to actually see that. Is there a way for me to see that like in my log somewhere on like Stream Elements? Let me turn the music down just a little bit. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, here it is. Sad? No, no, no. Here's a lame joke. So a weasel goes to the bar. The bartender says, "What can I get you?" Pop goes the weasel. Oh my God, that's everything I hoped it would be. That was excellent. Well done, Death Score. I won't say who, but there are a couple of you I'm really excited to hear right now because I felt so bad last week. It definitely felt like the right thing to do was end right before the court, but you guys are in for such a treat. You guys are in for such a good time tonight. We are about to have one of the most legendary trial days in the whole freaking franchise. And I truly hope that I do it justice for you guys. But yeah, welcome to Friday. Welcome to Friday Night Court Fight. Welcome to the Ace Attorney stream. If you've never been here before, here's a little bit of how it works. We've been going through the Ace Attorney trilogy every single Friday for months now. We are on the last case of the trilogy, the final case, Bridge to the Turnabout of the Phoenix Wright series. We're going to be going into the Apollo Justice trilogy right after this, and we'll be jumping into the fourth game. But I'm a voice actor. It's what I'm passionate about. So what I thought I would do is I would play through the Ace Attorney series and I would voice every single character. We are not aiming for Oscars here, okay? I only have one voice. I have got a pretty good range, but you know, I don't have alien range. So I do my best. It's silly, it's campy, it's anime as fuck, but it is a whole lot of fun. And it's great to have an outlet to just tell stories on this channel. And so I love and look forward to these streams every single week. We are in Bridge to the Turnabout, the finale of the Ace Attorney trilogy. Here's what's happened so far. This involves some backstory. Things we know. Maya and Pearl have dragged Phoenix up into the mountains to retreat at essentially I want to say like a monastery, but it's a Karain channeling technique temple, a Karain temple. And Maya is there for training. Nick is there to be a really good bestie. It's freezing. The sister Bikini who is running it is extremely overbearing and is talking over them constantly and is incredibly enthusiastic for someone who should be freezing their butt off. A couple of things happen right off the bat. Nick runs into, oh God, what's her name? Sister Iris, who's in training, serving under Sister Bikini at the temple. Iris is the spitting image of Dahlia Hawthorne, Nick's ex, and a serial killer who, as far as we know, is either in prison or has been executed. And yet here is a woman that looks just like her. And we don't know why. Late that night, Maya has gone off to an isolated temple. The only way to get there is a bridge. And a couple of things happen. Lightning strikes the bridge, setting it on fire. Maya is now trapped and isolated on this lone mountain. There's no other way to get to it. Isolated in a temple in freezing weather. We're worried about Maya. Why does Maya always get in trouble? A murder has happened of a famous child book author, whose name fucking escapes me. If anyone remembers the author's name. But a famous childhood author who was visiting the temple is found dead. Is found stabbed through by the sword at the end of the seven-tipped sword statue that is in the courtyard of the temple. Pearl Fay is missing. Phoenix panics after quickly searching the crime scene with Sister Bikini because he realizes that Maya is stranded. He sees that the bridge is out and burning down. And he tries to cross it anyway, and he plummets into the river below and is now in the hospital. So Nick is out of commission. The next day, Edgeworth gets a call from Phoenix, who gives him all of his evidence and pushes his attorney's badge into Edgeworth's hand and says, you need to do me a solid on this. And so for the whole first day of investigation, we're playing as Edgeworth. We're doing the whole investigation. Fucking Gumshoe is following us the same way Maya follows Nick. And he's commenting on everything. We're literally doing a police-led investigation by Edgeworth, who's also been handed Nick's attorney's badge and realizes that Nick is asking him to represent Iris in court. Something he's not supposed to do because he's a prosecutor. So we do a lot of investigation. We find out a couple of things. One of the strangest things is that Gatto, the prosecutor for the case, is also missing. So Gatto's missing. Nick is missing. Edgeworth is doing the investigation and is going to go to trial. So frantically, Edgeworth calls in a couple of favors. He arranges for a court run by a judge that barely knows any of them, a different judge. He makes a call to another mysterious person saying he's going to pull in a substitute prosecutor since Gatto is missing. And our only goal right now is to prolong and push for a second day in court. Because right now, no one is where they should be. Nick is missing. Gatto is missing. We still don't know where Maya is. We have very little information about the actual cause of the murder. The body was found impaled on the ground, and yet what we know from the police report and the autopsy report is that she died before taking 10-foot impact damage on the ground, and yet she's found under a sword, which means the sword isn't even the murder weapon. What the fuck killed her? How did she fall 10 feet and then end up under a sword? There's so many things we don't know. The last conversation we had was with Larry Butts, who says he saw something incredible but wouldn't tell us. So we're going to put him on the stand and try to drag it out of him. He said he saw something crazy. Who knows what that is? So where we come in today, we are moving into day one of the trial. Edgeworth is posing as a defense attorney in a court in front of a new judge with a substitute prosecutor whose identity is still a mystery. Gatto is missing. Phoenix is in the hospital. Maya is missing. Everything's a shit show. All we have to do is get another trial day. We just have to stall long enough to get this trial postponed. And that's where we're coming in today. Couple of really quick things. This is a performance stream. It's going to be really exhausting for me, which means I'm going to take a lot more breaks. And that also means that there are going to be a lot of 3-minute breaks because that is going to give me an opportunity to take care of my voice, get up, rest, stretch my legs, hit the restroom because I'm drinking a lot of water. And so I want you to know that up front. This isn't like me being like the shilliest shill that ever shilled. It's my goal to make sure that you're here for the entire story. So when I hit that 3-minute button, I will not be playing ever. So you are safe. You're not going to miss anything, even if you're not one of my subbies. If I fuck that up for any reason, and Misfits hit me in the chat with this emote, if you don't mind, my loves. If I fuck it up for any reason, it's not intentional. Just slap the ad emote in chat. Start spamming the ad emote. I will pause because I want you to be here for this. But I am letting you know in advance. There are going to be more breaks tonight because it helps me take care of myself and do this in a healthy way so it doesn't hurt me. I've got a big thing of caffeine. I've got an even bigger thing of water. Hit that hydrate button whenever it sounds like I'm getting a little dry like Mitchell just did. And finally, if you have a hankering to hear me say something super sus, something super say-so in one of the current case's characters, people were asking about it. 200 bits will get it for you. I just ask you to drop the bits, drop the line in a separate entry so that we don't have to hear Brian say it. I will do a voice line for you. Any current case character, anything you want, as long as it doesn't get my stream shut down, you can get it for 200 bits. And that's just about all the notes I have. We are going to take our first 3-minute break just to put a lot of time on the clock. So this is your last call. If you want to hit the restroom, refill your water, get a snack, change into something cozy, do whatever you need to do, double check your tickets and make sure you're seated. In 3 minutes, the show is going to start. All right? I will see you in just a few. We're going to have a lot of fun tonight. I'm so excited. I'll see you in just a second. All right, welcome back, everybody. Let's, without any further ado, jump into part 2 of Bridge to the Turnabout. Oh, I'm salivating already. Oh God, it's gonna be so hard to deliver my lines if I'm too busy drooling. What the hell? Let's do this. Bridge to the Turnabout, 2-1. Oh man, I'm so excited. This is gonna be great. This is one of my favorite trial days in the whole history of this game. February 9th, 9:47 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 1. I should plug my mouse in so it can charge while we do this. Why is my mouse unplugged? My. Mr. Lurice feels that way about me?
Apparently. He isn't aware of your real secret at all. This is no time to be embarrassed.
I'm sorry. I'm just hardly accustomed to that sort of thing.
Worry not. And in any case, whatever it was that he saw on the night of the incident, mark my words, I will drag it out of him.
Does that mean Mr. Larice is the witness today?
No. I believe that nun will be the first to take the stand.
Sister Bikini.
She claims to have seen the very instant in which you carried out the crime. I just want to ask you one last time. It really wasn't you who killed Ms. Elise Donim, correct?
That is correct. It wasn't me.
Very well then.
Mr. Edgeworth,
Yes?
you're a prosecutor, aren't you? Are you sure about this? If your true identity is revealed.
Don't worry. I've made the necessary arrangements.
I see.
Iris. It is a prosecutor's job to doubt people. But right now, I am a defense attorney. A defense attorney's job is to believe in people and to believe until the bitter end. That's what my friend told me once.
Mr. Edgeworth.
I simply ask that you watch and decide for yourself whether or not I'm fit to do the task I've been entrusted.
Very well, sir. I leave my defense in your capable hands. February 9th, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 7.
Court is now in session for the trial of Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The defense does indeed appear to be ready. However, the same cannot be said for the prosecution in this case.
Indeed.
I'm not sure I like such a blatant waste of this court's time. An empty prosecutor's chair can only mean that the prosecutor has no confidence in their ability to prove their case. It would seem this case is already over before it had a chance to begin. I am ready to announce my verdict at this time. The court finds the defendant.
Objection!
The prosecution stands ready.
And you are?
Francisco von Karma, prosecuting prodigy.
Von Karma, you say? Perchance you wouldn't be of any relation to the legendary prosecutor Manfred von Karma.
Legends are a thing of the past. I am a von Karma. That is all. Upon a special request, I flew in today for the purposes of prosecuting this case.
You did? Well, then you must be quite a big shot, eh? By the way, Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm almost certain that I've seen you somewhere before. Or am I just imagining things? You look very much like a prosecutor I met once.
I believe you are imagining things, Your Honor.
Ms. Von Karma, do you have anything to say? There's no such weakling as this man among those of the prosecutors. Let me try that again. There's no such weakling as this man among those of the prosecutor's office. I told you. There is no such weakling. What is that, a whip? I'm not sure I care for such a thing in my courtroom. A bailiff, remove that whip at...
Hold it!
I have no objection to the whip.
Oh my God. Enabling. I have no objection. Oh, don't you?
I have no objection to the whip.
You don't?
The prosecution can wield a whip or drink 17 cups of coffee. But there is still only one truth. That is what I stand here to prove today.
This promises to be interesting, Miles Edgeworth. I had expected to face Phoenix Wright here today. But looking at you now, maybe this is what I've been waiting for all this time. Miles Edgeworth! I will not allow this chance to crush you slip through my fingers!
I see. You brought your flair for the histrionic.
Allow me to add to the things I'm not sure about. People acting bizarrely in my court. The stage is set. Now continue with your proceedings, Your Honor. Very well. Ms. Von Karma, please give the outline of this case. With as little whippings as possible. The murder victim is the famed picture book author, Ms. Elise Denim. Her body was found in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. She had been stabbed through the torso by a ceremonial sword from a golden statue. The sword in this picture is this weapon in question, correct? Very well, the court accepts this photo of the crime scene. Crime photo added to the court record. There is no mistake. This was the doing of Sister Iris. After all, there's a witness to her crime. Very well. Please bring this witness to the stand.
And so it begins. My first and last trial as a defense attorney.
Witness, please state your name and occupation. Please. I already said please. Witness, state your name and occupation. Please. Hold on there. I'm not sure about being not sure if I care for this at all. What the fuck was that line? I'm not sure about being not sure. I'm not sure about being not sure if I care for this at all. A witness, please. Stand up nice and straight.
If I recall correctly, there are a few milk crates in the defendant's lobby for our back pain-plagued witnesses.
Bailiff, fetch a crate for this poor lady, please.
Hey, Ninja Yoshi, thank you so much for the 10 subs. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's very sweet. You're the best.
Once again, your name and occupation, please. Little old me? Well, I'm the head nun of Hazakura Temple on Eagle Mountain. My name is Bikini. Got it? Bikini. Nice to meet everyone. But you don't appear to be wearing a bikini right now. Yeah. The courtroom is a golden... Court is a golden? Really? The courtroom is a garden of holy judgment. Those with lechery in their hearts should leave this sanctuary at once. You want me to leave? No need to get your bikinis in a twist. Let me tell you, I'm a sight to behold in the summer. In any case, witness, I hear that you saw the crime take place on the night in question. That's right. I can still hardly believe it myself, to be honest. There's no way dear little Iris could do anything like that. Let us hear what you have to say, then. First, tell us about your own movements that night, eh? What the fuck? Let's insert like 2 little Canadianisms to the best of our ability. Tell us about your own movements that night, eh? The night of the murder. I can sit down for this part. That night, I was helping an acolyte with her training in the inner temple, but... well, as you can see, my back likes to act up violently. So I left Iris to help the acolyte and returned to Hazakura Temple. There's no bath at the inner temple, you see, and I need a long, hot soak. It was after I had finished, just as I was heading back, that's when I saw it! So it was simply a coincidence that you found yourself returning to Hazakura Temple. Yes, you could say that. If my back hadn't been in so much pain, I would have stayed at the inner temple. That sounds like a pretty important statement she just made. There's only one problem with this testimony that I can see. And you're not about to fall for the first hurdle, now are you, Miles Edgeworth? Mr. Edgeworth, please begin your cross-examination. That night, I was helping an acolyte with her training in the inner temple, but... What is this inner temple? Well, see, conversing with the spirits is what we train people to do, right? Well, we'll be the ones asking the questions, ma'am. Let's try that one again. We'll be the ones asking you the questions, ma'am. Madam. In order to do that, a place strong in spiritual power is required. There's a small temple across Dusky Bridge called the Inner Temple. Acolytes must spend an entire night there to undergo intense training. And how exactly do you help with this process? It's all quite exacting. It can't be performed without a nun supervising. Like a tutor, watching to make sure a spoiled child studies. A tutor with a whip, in your case. If that's the case, then why do you return, or why did you return to the Hazakura Temple where the murder took place? Well, as you can see, my back likes to act up violently. Violently? That's right. It's no laughing matter, especially in the winter. I can't hold anything heavier than a knife and fork during the cold months. Just being alive is like strict training. On the night of the murder, was this fabulous back of yours hurting again? That's right. Raging like a bull in a pig pen. I almost fainted once or twice. I just knew that unless I warmed it up, it was gonna finally finish me off. So I left Iris to help the acolyte and returned to Hazakura Temple. Hold it! You left Iris to help? With what? What do you think? The acolyte's training, of course.
It was just past 10 p.m., so we were starting to enter the training exercises proper. Wasn't it your place to remain with the disciple? Well, the job is simply to watch over the acolytes so that they don't pass away. Just to confirm this point again, that night, you met Iris at the inner temple, correct? Yes. She's a gentle, honest girl. She's never once failed to follow my directions. There's no bath at the inner temple, you see, and I needed a long, hot soak.
Hold it!
So you returned to Hazakura Temple in order to take a bath. My back is to blame for everything. It's a do or be done in kind of world, after all. How long were you in the bath for, if you don't mind me asking? My, what a filthy little rogue you are. I know what's on your mind. What? I bet your next question is going to be, where exactly did you wash? Oh, this is why you have to watch the young ones.
What are you going on about?
Pathetic, Miles Edgeworth.
The lowest of the low. Is there some sort of kick me sign stuck to the defense's bench?
Anyway, I couldn't afford to be away from my post for too long, you understand, so... It was after I finished, just as I was heading back, that's when I saw it. What is this? Thank you for the bits, Maya. I'll hit that in a sec. It was after I had finished, just as I was heading back, that's when I saw it.
Hold it!
The crime took place in the courtyard, correct? When you go from my room to the main hall, you have to take a winding hallway from which you can see the courtyard. That's right. In other words, it was pure coincidence that the witness saw the crime taking place before her eyes. There was no complicated setup in this case. That certainly seems to be true. There is indeed only one problem with this testimony. If I can clearly point out what it is, then I can begin to quantify just how good this witness's memory and observation skills are. All right, what do we got here? Canadian judge.
Oh, all right, let's do this. America runs on Duncan. Well, Canada.
Canada? What the fuck? Let's try that again.
America runs on Duncan. Well, Canada runs on Timmy's.
Timmy's? Is it just Timmy's? Is that how you say it? Just like Timmy? Or is it Timmis? Timmis. Timmis. How do you pronounce that name? I assume it's just Timmy's, right? Timmy's? Okay.
Canadian judge, right. America runs on Duncan. Well, Canada runs on Timmy's, eh? So why don't you fuck off with your Krispy Kreme bullshit?
Fuck this.
Well, Canada runs on Timmy's, eh? So why don't you fuck off with your Krispy Kreme bullshit there, bud?
I'm trying. What is a hype chest? And why did I earn one? What is this? What the fuck is a hype chest? It's a #1 pussy. I'm the #1 cat. It's fucking adorable. Sorry, the whipping part went so fast that I could barely keep up with the lines. I think that's the first time that we've seen Edgeworth get whipped by Franziska. Like, I'm pretty sure she would not touch him prior to just now. In the past, I'm pretty sure... Did she...
sometimes when she gets angry but she doesn't want to whip the person she's talking to, doesn't she just whip the judge? I feel like that was her thing. Anyway. That night I was helping, okay, so let's take a look at this for a quick sec. I was helping the Acolyte with her training, sure. As you can see, my back likes to act up, sure. So I left Iris to help the Acolyte and returned to Hazakura Temple. There's no bath at the inner temple, you see, and I needed a long hot soak. It was after I finished, just as I was heading back. That's when I saw it. That's when I saw it. The only problem with her testimony. That night I was helping an Acolyte with her training. Well, as you can see, my back likes to act up violently. So I left Iris to help the Acolyte and returned to the Hazakura Temple. There's no bath at the inner temple, you see, and I needed a long hot soak. It was after I'd finished, just as I was heading back. That's when I saw it. Alright, loss of blood from stab in the back. Body fell 10 feet after death. The biggest challenge here is that we assume what she saw is this. She just saw this. We don't think she saw the moment of the actual murder. Rang lights out at 10 p.m. and was then in her room until the murder was discovered. So, I think my only issue with it right now is that Iris's testimony. It doesn't carry a lot of weight because she's the defendant, but I left Iris to help the Acolyte. Conflicts with Iris's testimony saying that she stayed in her room the entire time.
Objection!
There you go. Witnesses Wow, let's try that again. Witnesses have to undergo their own trials, I'm afraid. That's an interesting line. I imagine him, blah, blah. Let's try this one more time. Witnesses have to undergo their own trials, I'm afraid. The defendant's fate rests on their powers of observation and memory, after all. Well, don't worry. I'm more than up to the task. I'm a woman of faith, after all. The head honcho of Hazakura Temple. In that case, Ms. Honcho, I'd like you to explain something for me. The discrepancy between your testimony and that of the defendant, Iris. She claims that after ringing the lights out bell, she went back and stayed in her room. Which means she did not go to the inner temple at all. No! She said that. A defendant or a witness? Who is more likely to lie, do you suppose? The defendant is simply lying to cover her back.
Objection!
But that is completely illogical. The murder was committed in the courtyard of Hazakura Temple. Claiming that she went to the inner temple would make for a much better alibi.
But that is odd. Whatever the reason, I can't believe that she would lie. She does indeed have honest eyes. Ah! All people lie. That is my belief. Why am I the only one being whipped in here? Ooh, maybe he was. You know what? I didn't see the speech bubble. Maybe it started on Edgeworth. But maybe she whipped him. Right when they were bearing down on Edgeworth for asking about the bath, is it possible that she just straight up whipped the judge instead? Why am I the only one being whipped in here? Anyway, neither the witness nor the defendant have any reason to lie. Which means we must call your memory into question. Dear. You're older than me. Yet you want to play that game, do you? Well, that isn't exactly what My memory is perfect. Crystal clear. Especially in the winter.
Well then, I suppose it's too early to end this cross-examination, eh?
Hey, Darkness Lord, welcome. Opal Viper, welcome.
Mr. Edgeworth, if you are going to question the memory of this witness, you will need to show more decisive pieces of evidence. A more decisive piece of evidence. Understood, Your Honor. I was naive to think that alone would do the trick. Then please add to your comments, one more time, then please add your comments about Iris to the testimony. And let us return to the cross-examination.
That night, I was helping an acolyte with her training in the temple, but... well, as you can see, my back likes to act up violently. Iris came to the inner temple. She was dressed exactly as she had been at dinner. Why would this be... why does she say that? That's such a sus thing to say, like, just apropos of nothing, to be like, Iris came to the inner temple. She was dressed exactly the same, and I swear on it. Like, no one asked you. Okay, she was dressed exactly as she had been at dinner. No, because she took off her hood and gave it to someone. Received before the lights out bell the night before the crime. She gave it to Phoenix to keep him safe, right?
Objection!
So she wasn't dressed exactly the same. She was missing her hood.
Witness, let's get one thing straight. The defendant who you claim to have met, she was wearing this demon warding hood, correct?
Of course. That's a very important piece of clothing, I'll have you know. Wait a minute.
Objection!
Hold it right there. Why do you have that? I just hit my lamp. Why do you have that?
That is the question of the day, now isn't it, Ms. Von Karma? I'll have you know that this hood was given to someone as a gift that night, before the lights out bell was rung.
What?
You know where I'm going with this, don't you? If the witness had seen the defendant as she claims, then the Iris she saw should have been missing this very hood.
Well.
It's not a bad feeling at all, exposing contradictions like this. Now I understand that happy look on Wright's face every time he does it.
Order in the court. What? Ugh! Sister. This hood. You have spare ones around the temple, don't you? Spares? Well, I do tend to make too many of them. I see. A stockpile. A surplus of hoods, eh? Each nun is only given one hood. This should be the only hood that Iris owned. Then this is quite strange. Ugh! If there was a surplus of hoods, then she could have worn one of those. There's no contradiction here.
I'm sorry to break this to you, Von Karma, but you won't get away that easily. Discrepancies such as this will sow seeds in any human heart. The seeds of doubt.
Witness, while I don't wish to call your testimony into doubt, you must give every detail with precision. I'm not sure I'm comfortable going along with this. Sister, you shall continue with your testimony. Tell us what you saw after finishing your bath. On your way to the let's try it again. Tell us what you saw after finishing your bath on your way back to the inner temple.
Those seeds of doubt are sprouting in the judge's heart. They just need a little more stimulation to bear fruit. Contradictory stimulation.
It's like a methodical, like mastermind defense attorney. More calculating than Nick has ever been before. Nick's always like, they're like, wow, what a great contradiction. And Nick is like, yeah, I know. I didn't really know what I was doing. Like, even when you, the player, you're like, oh, that's a contradiction. They'll have Nick be like, I don't know if this means anything, but... I finished my bath around 11, and I thought I should return to the inner temple. As I was walking back, I heard a noise from the courtyard. I took a look, and Iris was... Oh, Mystic Elise. And with that sword of all things. Mystic Elise was staying in the corner room, which faces out onto the courtyard. The stabbing I saw must have occurred after she was pushed out of her window. Oh, well, we already know that that's a contradiction. We should write it out, though, because this is such a good case. This is such a good trial day. You saw a truly terrible sight, didn't you? If I was in your place, then it would be much like Ms. Von Karma whipping Mr. Edgeworth in two in court. And me seeing it all from this very chair. Something like that.
This judge. His imagination is about as vivid and creative as Detective Gumshoe.
I would look the fool if I commented on such foolishness. Anyway, this case is mine, Miles Edgeworth.
Calling everyone by their full name. Can't you do something about that habit of yours?
I love that he calls out the tick. Mr. Miles Edgeworth. Mr. Phoenix, right? I finished my bath around 11, and I thought I should return to the inner temple.
How far is it from your room to the inner temple?
Let me think a moment. About 20 minutes on these stumps of mine. It's about 15 minutes to Dusky Bridge from Hazakura Temple. The inner temple is just beyond the bridge. Still, you never made it back there that night, did you? That's right. I was heading along the walkway toward the main hall. And as I was walking back, I heard a noise from the courtyard. I took a look and...
Hold it!
You say you heard a noise.
Thump! Just like that. That could only be the sound of the victim falling. It was very quiet in the temple, you know. You can even hear the snow falling from the branches. Thump! Just like that. But then, couldn't this noise you heard have been snow falling to the ground? I never thought of that, actually. Ow! The next one to laugh gets a whipping. Well, whatever the source of the sound, I looked over to the courtyard and Iris, oh, Mystic Elise, and with that sword of all things.
Hold it!
This is the second time that the witness has testified to seeing the defendant. But some doubt remains in these claims.
Hey, just what does that mean? Just because you're a good-looking young man doesn't give you the right to.
The murderer who stabbed the victim with the sword, Sister Bikini, Try to recall exactly who it was you saw as clearly as you can.
Well, you're a handsome young man, so I'll forgive you. Oh, now that you mention it, there was something awfully strange about her. Something that's been bugging me all this time.
Please, don't keep us in suspense.
Her hood. Her hood.
That's right. It's coming back to me. Iris, she wasn't wearing her hood. I thought something was out of place, but... Oh, it all makes sense now, doesn't it? After all, she had given that hood away to someone, right?
You've dug your own grave, Miles Edgeworth. What do you say, Mr. Edgeworth? Is this important testimony?
Is this important testimony? Let's save. I'm always tempted to say yes, but I don't think this is the contradiction. I already know what the contradiction is. She says she must have been stabbed after she was pushed out the... Or actually, did she say stabbed after she was pushed out the window? I'm pretty sure she said something to the effect of she must have been pushed out to the window and then killed with the sword, which contradicts the autopsy. Let's say yes and just see what happens.
What do you say, Mr. Edgeworth? Is this testimony important?
This may initially appear to put me at a disadvantage. I can't see any other leads at the moment. Your Honor, I'd like these new statements to be added to the testimony.
Miles Edgeworth. If you want to hang yourself, you need only ask. I'll gladly lend you my whip.
Wow. Holy shit, Francisca.
Witness, add that statement to your testimony.
No problem. Now that you mention it, Iris didn't have her hood on. Let's see what she say. The stabbing must have occurred after she was pushed out the window. Iris didn't have her hood on. Let's press it.
Hold it!
You're sure about that?
Yes, after all, we always wear the same clothes. I don't mean that we're poor, you understand. It's our style. That's it.
There's absolutely no need to explain yourself.
Anyway, she looked different from normal, so that really stuck out. Like me holding a whippet puppy instead of my whip. What? What is a whippet puppy? It's just a puppy. If she's just holding the puppy. It's just a cute little skinny puppy. Can you imagine if she sat in there in the courtroom just like holding a puppy? Like fucking Paris Hilton style the entire time while prosecuting? Like me holding a whippet puppy instead of my whip.
At least then it might bite you and not someone else.
Iris didn't have her hood on. I'm sure of it. Very well. Now please tell us about the victim, eh? Mystic Elise was staying in the corner room, which faces out onto the courtyard.
Hold it!
The room the victim was staying in overlooked the courtyard. The room the victim was staying in overlooked the courtyard, correct?
Which means the victim's room was on the second floor. No. Hazakura Temple is a single-story building. But the mountain itself slopes downward, which elevates the main gate side of the temple and the guest rooms in the back to about the height of a 2-story building. I see. And the victim was staying in one of these elevated rooms, correct? Yes. I should know. I'm the one who carried her things to her room, after all. The stabbing I saw must have occurred after she was pushed out of the window.
Hold it!
What makes you so sure of all of this?
It's just like I told you earlier. I heard a noise from the courtyard, okay? Thump, just like that. You're one smart sister, I'll give you that. The autopsy report states that the victim's body was covered in bruises, indicating a fall from around 10 feet in height. It appears that the witness was not mistaken then. Yup. I'm more than just a pretty face, especially in the winter. I'm a woman of faith, after all, the head honcho of Hazakura Temple.
There's only 2 of them working there. Wait, what? Oh. There's only 2 of them working there.
What's wrong, Miles Edgeworth? No snappy comeback remark?
It doesn't feel like she's lying. This is very powerful testimony, too. She claims to have seen the instant in which the defendant stabbed the victim. There are only 2 things I believe. There are only 2 things I can believe in right now. My client, Iris, and my own abilities as a defense attorney.
Interesting. Okay, so let's see. What did we add? Iris didn't have her hood on. Something I must talk to you about. Make sure you come unless you want your secret to be exposed. All right, so let's think this through. Do we have any contradicting testimony around this? Cause of death, loss of blood from a stab in the back, body fell 10 feet after death. After death. So you know what? I mean, I think we're probably, even though we've exposed the hood thing, I think we have to expose the fact that she fell after she died. Right? Because what do we know about this? We know that she still the cause of death was still loss of blood from a stab in the back. Right? Now we don't see, she doesn't say what side she saw her stabbing her from, but it says that the death was caused by a loss of blood from a stab in the back. So if she's saying the stabbing must have occurred after she was pushed out the window, but the testimony says she died before she fell, that means the stab would have had to have happened before she fell. Which doesn't preclude the possibility that Iris did it, but it does mean that what she's seeing, when she's seeing someone stabbing Elise Denim, she's not seeing the moment of the murder. She's seeing a second stab.
Objection!
Impressive logic. That's what I like to say anyway. That's what I'd like, sorry. Impressive logic. That's what I'd like to say anyway.
Oh, please. Oh, please do. My brain is something else, especially in the winter.
However, I think you're overlooking one thing. Ms. Von Karma, would you be so kind as to take another look at the autopsy report?
The autopsy report.
The victim did fall from a height of 10 feet. However, this fall was after she was killed.
Oh, that's right. It does say after death right here.
The scene the witness claims to have seen is contradictory. If the defendant stabbed and killed the victim there in the courtyard, how did the victim then go on to take a 10-foot fall?
An order! Order! The victim was killed and then fell. If that's the case, then the victim must have been killed in her room. Don't you agree?
That is the logical conclusion. Yes, that's right. The victim must have been stabbed by the defendant in her own room. And she was then thrown out the window down to the courtyard below.
Objection!
Were there any signs of a struggle in Ms. Dunham's room? She was stabbed with a sword. That would leave a blood stain, wouldn't you agree?
Well, Ms. Von Karma, was there any blood?
No traces of blood were found in the victim's room.
Your whip has just caused traces of blood to be found on my glorious playoff beard.
What? Is this the second time he's brought up it being his playoff beard?
However, if there was no blood in the room, well, then you can't say that.
I'm sure there's no need for me to go over this. As I'm sure Your Honor is well aware, of when the stab wound produced the most blood. Oh, I'm sorry, let me try that again. I'm sure I don't need to go over this, as I'm sure Your Honor knows when a stab wound produces the most blood.
When it produces the most blood.
Very little blood is actually lost at the moment the blade is... Hello. Very little blood is lost at the moment of the blade's insertion. If you want to talk about when the most blood would be lost from a body, that would be when the blade is removed.
Indeed. With the weapon still in place, it acts like a lid on the wound.
Yes, that's true. With the weapon still in the body, there wouldn't have been much bleeding. A perfectly reasonable line of thinking.
We have come to the conclusion then. The victim was thrown out of the window with the sword still in place. This removes all of the contradictions.
An order! Order! I must admit that this is a probable version of events.
I'd expect no less from Franziska von Karma. She locates and takes control of every vital point.
It seems that we need a clearer testimony from the witness. Remove all supposition on your part and tell us only the facts, please. Witness, please! Remain standing on the crate. Don't go selling me short now! The weight of winter snow has bent me out of shape. Especially my back and my mood. Sister, please give us your testimony. I'll give you a vigorous massage once we're finished here.
With a whip?
Oh boy.
All right. It's kind of funny when Edgeworth and Phoenix did this half real, half fake court thing when Maya was kidnapped. Yeah, it's kind of the same thing. Where, like, you can tell that, like, Franziska clearly wants to try to style on Edgeworth and, like, humiliate him. But it's also kind of her job to stall the trial. Here's the thing, though. And they don't go into this a lot in the games, but other than just, like, deductions from playing through it, Franziska has an incredible work ethic. She is so thorough. She is not like the cheater that her father was. She's just a perfectionist. And so usually, like, the easiest way to keep the trial going is to raise any doubt whatsoever. Because for Franziska, her ultimate win condition is when absolutely all hope has been removed from the defense. So if there's anything, any room for doubt, she's like, nope, no. Let's run this trial through.
We'll do more testimony. I want all of the details on the table so I can crush you even further. You know, so like you can almost like she almost plays herself sometimes by being too willing to like overturn every fucking stone there is. I mean, it's good, right? It's good for actual justice. But like, it's just, I don't know. It's funny to me that like, despite her bombastic behavior and despite her like propensity to whip the shit out of people, she's actually like a really thorough prosecutor. When I looked across the scene, the sword was already in place. Thinking about it now, I didn't actually see her stab Mystic Elise. I've never seen so much blood before. That's when I fainted. You can't blame me, can you? And when I awoke, Mystic Me was stabbing Mystic Elise through the back. Wait, what? What the fuck was that testimony? Okay, so she's saying she looked out and she saw that she was already dead with the sword in her? Or she saw her already dead on the ground and there was so much blood, and then she passed out, and then she woke up, and then she saw Mystic Iris stabbing her. This testimony just got fucking bonkers to follow. Well, this all seems to confirm Ms. Von Karma's theory. Von Karmas strive for nothing but perfection. Putting together such facts is nothing for me. You should know that, Miles Edgeworth.
Perfection is an impossibility, Franziska von Karma. And I'm here to teach you just that.
When I looked across the scene, the sword was already in place.
Hold it!
At that time, was the victim bleeding?
Well, I was very shocked by seeing all of this, of course. So I'm not entirely sure. But I don't think I saw any blood. Well, not then. I'm sure that you didn't. The weapon was acting as a plug in the wound.
In any case, let's be clear on one very important point. Did you actually see the instant which the victim was stabbed?
Thinking about it now, I didn't actually see her stab Mystic Elise. Look at this. I didn't actually see her stab Mystic Elise. And when I awoke, she was stabbing Mystic Elise. Woman. I am not inebriated enough for this fucking testimony. Thinking about it now, I didn't actually see her stab Mystic Elise.
Hold it!
Think carefully. This is very important.
It's Iris we're talking about here. I'm thinking for all I'm worth. No. When I looked over, the sword was already in Mystic Elise's body.
Might not be conclusive, but this testimony supports her theory.
The victim was stabbed in her room and then dropped into the courtyard. I think this proves it rather well, Miles Edgeworth. I've never seen so much blood before.
Hold it!
So you're saying that you saw the victim's blood?
That's right. Some of it had splattered onto Iris, too. When the defendant was arrested, she was meditating in her room. And her blood-flecked clothing was neatly folded in the corner.
What? Her clothes were blood-flecked as well?
That seems quite conclusive to me.
What should I do? Do I press this point further?
I think we have to.
Going back to your previous statement, you said that you saw little bleeding when the victim was stabbed. But now you say you saw the victim bleeding.
Well, I say that what I saw is what I saw. What did you see? Maybe I didn't see the poor woman get stabbed, but I saw the girl pull the sword out of her, plain as day.
Pulling the sword out?
Well, it wasn't exactly pulling, it was more like it came out.
Witness, you will add this statement to your testimony.
Was that important?
More important than you can imagine.
I saw the instant in which the blade plunged into the hilt was smoothly drawn out. Smoothly drawn out? A sword like this? With multiple barbed edges? And it's not plunged into the hilt. Like 2/3 of the sword are fucking dry.
Objection!
Sister Bikini, you are a reliable witness. At least I'd like to think so. But there are too many contradictions here.
What do you mean? You make it sound as though I'm a liar. But you're a handsome young man, so I'll forgive you. What contradictions are you talking about?
In the scene that the witness claims to have seen, the weapon was thrust up to the hilt into the victim. Furthermore, the killer withdrew the weapon smoothly from the body. However, both of these are complete impossibilities.
What do you mean? Please explain your... Ow! Explain yourself!
To start with, do you think it would be possible to stab someone to the hilt with this? No matter how I look at the defendant, she doesn't appear strong enough for that.
Objection!
Doesn't appear. What meaningless dribble? Oh, fuck. I just inhaled spit. Hang on a second. What the fuck? I am drowning myself. I can't tell you how awful it is when that happens in a booth. You'll be in the middle of like a really great audition line. You know, you're doing like your smite, right? You'll be like, you know, attack the Titan! Defend the... I have recorded, accidentally, so many cases of me like choking half to death, like mid-line while I'm recording an audition just because I took like a big, powerful inhale and like inhaled some of the water I had just sipped. Appears. What mindless dribble. I too appear frail and weak. I too may appear frail and weak, but I can crush men under my heel and make them weep. So I shoes. I too may appear frail and weak, but I can crush men under my heel and make them weep, should I so choose. The objection stands. I wept a little back there, I must admit. I think I may have found my wife.
Objection!
That isn't the only issue here. If this sword was truly stabbed into the body up to the hilt, well, just look at all the branches on it. It certainly wouldn't come out smoothly.
Well, that's
We also have the problem of the amount of bleeding. It is true that when a blade is left in the body, it acts as a plug of sorts. However, when a weapon is shaped like this, it is an entirely different story. The wound would be too large for the blade to completely stop the bleeding.
That's nothing more than conjecture. In reality, the victim was stabbed with the In reality, the victim was stabbed with the shichishito. Even a weapon of this nature may still sometimes slide out smoothly and may still sometimes stop the blood loss.
Objection!
I'm not finished. There is still one more conclusive contradiction.
You've still got more?
This one is simple. If this sword was really thrust in all the way to the hilt, why is there only blood on the tip of it? If this witness is telling the truth, then there should be blood along the entire length of the sword.
No!
Order! Order! Ow!
Bravo, Miles Edgeworth. Raising this many contradictions from a single piece of evidence? All the other attorneys I know could maybe manage one, if that.
But what does this all mean? You've proven contradictions regarding the murder weapon, but...
Having come this far, there can only be one answer.
And that is...
The weapon used to kill the victim was not the shichishito.
What? A foolishly foolish idea born from the foolish mind of a foolhardy foolish fool.
Let's examine this again. What was it that made us think this sword was the murder weapon?
Well... it's because Mystic on Me was holding it.
Exactly. However, if you reflect on this, then it is only... If you reflect on this, that is the only basis we have for assuming such a thing. The impression left by the scene was just too strong. That is what influenced us. It influenced us to believe that the shichishito was the murder weapon.
Order! Order! What? How?
So maybe the shichishito was not the murder weapon. Even if that is the case, it changes nothing, Miles Edgeworth. The sister here saw everything. She saw the defendant stab the victim with the sword-like object. Or with a sword-like object.
Well, that is true. Your response, Mr. Edgeworth.
If that is so, I would like the prosecution to answer the obvious question it raises.
The obvious question?
Yes. Namely, where did the real murder weapon disappear to? It goes without saying that the police searched the main hall and the surrounding area. Perchance, the prosecution can enlighten us as to if a sword-like object was found?
That's...
Answer the question, Ms. Von Karma.
No evidence of that kind was found.
Another mystery to throw onto the pile. A trial without a murder weapon is a tricky beast.
Excuse me. Could I say something? I just remembered something, actually.
What is it, sister?
I was just thinking, it's possible that, just maybe, what actually happened was, it was just over there.
Wait, what exactly are you going on about here?
But the murder weapon, I mean, maybe. I think I know where the sword was disposed of.
You what?
Well then, I think we need to hear testimony from you one more time, sister.
Impossible. What else could this old woman have seen?
Here we go. Location of the weapon.
Yeah, so stupid.
Was she even whipping anyone there, or was she just cracking the whip around her desk? I saw the murder at around 11 p.m. And after asking that it be reported, I went out to the main gate. And there, I saw tracks. Tracks that indicated the snowmobile had been used. It takes 15 minutes to walk to Dusky Bridge, but less than 5 using one of those. Maybe they threw the weapon into Eagle River and came back while I was knocked out. Iris could have done that. She can drive a snowmobile after all. Witness, please tell us everything you know right away next time. Well, I'm not in the best shape, what with my back and my age, you know. Quite. There were indeed snowmobile tracks in front of the main gate. Here's a photograph. Okay. A snowmobile, eh? I see. Well, it certainly is an interesting theory. The tracks begin in front of Hazakura Temple and run all the way to Dusky Bridge. Taken that night from the main gate. That solves your pesky little problem, yes? The Eagle River's current is quite swift, meaning that it doesn't freeze over in the winter, making it the perfect place to dispose of the murder weapon.
Did she really go to the river to dispose of the murder weapon?
Mr. Edgeworth, your cross-examination, please.
Who dares message me?
So, what did we get from this? So this is interesting. So we have footprints. And we have snowmobile tracks. But weirdly, we only have snowmobile tracks coming. Like, not going. And I don't know if that's meant to be something we should pay attention to. The fact that it looks like the snowmobile was gone and came back, but there's no tracks from it leaving. You know? And so if it's been snowing, presumably it came, like, if it left at any point, it would have snowed over and then come back. But like, if the photograph caught the return tracks, surely, if it's only a 5-minute difference, surely that photograph would have caught the departure tracks. And what are the footsteps for? Who left in the snow on foot? I have so many questions. Also, the murder was between 10 and 11. Lights out bell was at 10. Okay. I saw the murder at around 11 p.m.
You're sure about that this time?
Yes, I was worried about it after all. Why is that? I have to sneeze. 1 second. I'm gonna sneeze. Hold on. Thank you. Why is that? Because I have a strong sense of responsibility, especially at this time of year. The acolyte was being doused in freezing water at the time. I couldn't very well take it easy in the bath all night now, could I? So at 11, I decided to leave Hazakura Temple. Her estimation of the time seems reliable, at least. Please continue, sister. And after asking that it be reported, I went out to the main gate. Asking that it be reported. So this would have been to Phoenix, right?
Hold it!
You asked Phoenix Wright to report the crime, correct?
Right. The one who trampled me.
Seems she's the type to hold a grudge.
There isn't a phone in the main hall, so I sent him to the bridge. Phoenix Wright. He didn't even have his cell phone on him. He didn't even have his cell phone on him?
He had forgotten it at home, apparently.
What a naive boy, as always. I still think she likes him. What a naive boy, as always. Not only do I always carry my phone, but I always have my whip in hand, too. Anyway, I was really scared, and it was taking him a while to get back. So I thought I'd go out by the main gate for a spell. And there, I saw tracks. Tracks that indicated the snowmobile had been used.
Hold it!
As I recall, there was a snowmobile outside the main gate when I visited.
That's it. That's the only one we have. It'll run no matter how much snow falls.
Now you're certain that the snowmobile was there at the main gate when you arrived?
Yes, of course. It was parked in front of the gate. So she'd already gone, discarded the murder weapon, and returned back by that time.
I'm not sure if this is really relevant. What should I do? I need answers to every possible doubt. The snowmobile in question. Was it still warm at that time?
Huh? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean, eh? What do you mean, Miles Edgeworth?
I'm playing to a slow crowd here. It goes without saying that using a snowmobile will heat the engine. If it was still warm, then it means it was recently used.
Oh, I see. I never would have thought of that.
That's right, I overlooked that too.
Of course you did.
The answer, excuse me, then answer the question, witness.
What? I don't often go around touching hot engines. However, now that you mention it, there wasn't any snow on it.
Snow?
Yes, for some reason, only the snowmobile wasn't covered in snow.
There wasn't any snow on it.
Oh, curses. It seems highly likely that the killer did use the snowmobile then, eh? How long does it take to get to Dusky Bridge by snowmobile? Let's try that again. I saw the hand and I thought she was about to make some grand point, but she wasn't. So let's try that one more time. How long does it take to get to third time's a charm. How long does it take to get to Dusky Bridge by snowmobile? It takes 15 minutes to walk to Dusky Bridge, but less than 5 using that.
In any case, why didn't you use it yourself?
You could have spread yourself. You could have spread yourself. Sister Bikini, no.
In that case, why didn't you use it yourself? You could have spared yourself some more.
You could have, fuck me.
In that case. In that case, why didn't you use it yourself? You could have spared yourself some walking.
Well, there's a reason for that. Have we got a moment for me to explain?
I think that's why the question was asked in the first place.
It was about a month ago. I was driving my beloved little snowmobile, happy as can be. I'd fetched some water and was heading back when I went and crashed into a tree.
The tree and my back both went crunch just like that. Crunch. Crunch. I haven't been able to find the courage to ride anything since then. Anything or anyone.
Anyway, the killer must have used it.
Maybe they threw the weapon into Eagle River and came back while I was knocked out.
Hold it!
Refresh our memory. How long were you knocked out for?
Like I said, somewhere between 10 and 20 minutes. It's possible to get to the bridge and back in 10 minutes using the snowmobile.
I have to concede that is more than enough time.
Is that all you wish to concede, Miles Edgeworth?
Excuse me?
Iris could have done that. She can drive a snowmobile after all.
Hold it!
While it would have been possible time-wise, one element remains out of place here.
Oh, and what would this mystery element be?
The killer's reasoning, Your Honor. Why did the killer do all of this? Why go to Eagle River to dispose of the murder weapon when there were other methods?
Too many unanswered questions. Your response, Ms. Von Karma. Ow! Turning to me for help over the slightest thing? Why don't you think for yourself once in a while, Your Honor? What?
She's as over the top as always.
Anyway, whatever the reason, the fact remains that the defendant could have done this. The murder weapon was disposed of in the river. Another point to me, Miles Edgeworth. I'm gonna try this line one more time without slurring after I take a sip. The fact remains, the murder weapon was disposed of in the river. Another point to me, Miles Edgeworth.
Another mystery to feed the fire. Was there any reason to go and throw away the murder weapon? Luckily, there is surely a problem with this testimony. Now, all I have to do is start poking holes in this flawed account.
Seems my answer up there. All right, let's see. I saw the murder at around 11. After asking that it be reported, I went out to the main gate. And there I saw the tracks that indicated the snowmobile had been used. Takes 15 minutes to walk to Dusky Bridge, but less than 5 using one of those. Maybe they threw the weapon into Eagle River and came back while I was knocked out. So, all right. I gotta think about this one for a second, and while I do, I'm gonna shove a few chips in my face. I hope you don't mind. Gotta get a few empty calories in, you know? So maybe they killed her. You got chips? Yo, go get them. So maybe they killed her, pushed her out the window, right? Then went and disposed of the actual murder weapon. Then came back and got caught stabbing her with a different sword? That makes no fucking sense. Let me save.
I almost want to present the sword again, just to be like, why the fuck would you come back and stab a different sword into them? All right, we had snow with occasional lightning strikes. Lightning struck Dusky Bridge at 10:45. Around 30 minutes passed between the fire starting and going out. Does it matter that she saw the murder after... Does it matter that she saw the murder after the lightning struck the bridge? I'm not sure that matters. Doesn't matter. Rang light's bell at 10 o'clock and then was in her room until she was discovered. 10 to 11. Loss of blood from stab in the back. The courtyard where she was murdered. Wait, I have a question. Taken that night. Who took that picture? Do we know who took this picture? Phoenix didn't. The police, were the police there at night? It says taken that night. What caught this photo? Maybe the police, like, right upon arrival at the crime, like that night, because they would have gotten there quickly. That's a potential contradiction. I just don't know if I can do that here. The fact that if it was snowing from 7 to 10:50, it would have stopped snowing when she saw the time of murder. It would have been done snowing. Okay, which I guess means that the tracks wouldn't have been covered up because it would have stopped snowing by the time she saw the murder. Blech. After asking that report, I went out to the main gate, and there I saw tracks that indicated the snowmobile had been used. It takes 15 minutes to walk to Dusky Bridge, but less than 5 using one of those. She saw the murder at 11. She passed out, right? After asking that it be reported, I went out to the main gate. 15 minutes to walk to Dusky Bridge, but only less than 5 using one of those. Maybe they threw the weapon into Eagle River and came back while I was knocked out. I kind of want to present... She can drive a snowmobile. I kind of want to present the photo just on the grounds that we don't have tracks of it leaving. Right? We only have tracks of the snowmobile arriving, not leaving. So unless they went in reverse the entire way and then followed the exact path back to create like the perfect alibi, I would think, and because they left after the snow had already stopped, I have to think that that's it. It's gotta be, right?
Objection!
I think so.
I admit this photograph proves something. It proves that the snowmobile was used on the night of the murder.
You've finally accepted the inevitable, it seems, Miles Edgeworth.
However, if what the witness says is true, then why is there only one set of tracks?
Yes! Yes! All right, I knew that this game was too smart. I knew that they wouldn't make a mistake like that.
Why is there only one set of tracks?
What do you mean?
Iris left Hazakura Temple, threw the weapon into the river, and then returned. If that was the case, then naturally there should be two sets of tracks in the snow. Those from heading out to the bridge, and those from coming back.
Oh. You're right. You're forgetting one thing, Miles Edgeworth. On the night of the murder, it was snowing. The tracks leading to the bridge were erased by the snowfall. This removes your precious contradiction now, doesn't it? I see. While I was at the river, the snow stopped. While she was at the river, the snow stopped. Leaving just the return tracks in the snow. What do you have to say now, Miles Edgeworth?
Is there a flaw in her theory? This idea that the snowfall covered one set of tracks. The tracks to the river were covered by snow. What a nice theory. However, Ms. Von Karma, that is impossible.
Would you care to explain? Why there is a rude index finger currently pointed in my general direction?
No need. The evidence will do all the talking for me.
Hey, next time. On the night of the murder, the killer went to and from Dusky Bridge. In order to dispose of the murder weapon, the outgoing tracks were erased by snow. Or so claims Ms. Von Karma. Mr. Edgeworth, present your evidence to the contrary, eh? Evidence that the outgoing tracks were not covered by snow. I think it's pretty easy. I think it's just the weather report. The snow had stopped before the murder.
Take that!
Witness, please tell us again what time it was when you witnessed the crime.
Like I said, it was around 11 p.m.
Of course. This means that the weapon was thrown away after that time, correct? On that note, please take a look at this data. It is the weather report for Eagle Mountain on the night of the murder.
The weather report?
Snow started to fall at 7 p.m., but it stopped at around 10:50. Therefore, when the sister witnessed the crime at 11 p.m., the snow had already stopped falling. It is impossible for any tracks made by that time to have been covered up. It is impossible for any tracks made after that time to have been covered up.
I always hate those, like, ah! What reaction is this? Ah! Order! Order! Very well then. It looks like Ms. Von Karma's claim has been, well, snowed in. Ow! It's too soon to be closing this trial due to snow. Miles Edgeworth! How pathetic of you to rely on the weather of all things. Answer me this, then. When is a weather report ever correct? Oh, no, you've got it all wrong. This isn't a forecast, this is a actual data. Ow! Forecast data. All weather reports have some inaccuracies. It may have still been snowing in the vicinity well past... Let me try that one again. It may have still been snowing in the vicinity well past 11 p.m. It is true, we cannot be totally sure, eh?
What? How did she pull that off?
It had stopped snowing at Hazakura Temple when the murder took place. You need to provide conclusive evidence on this.
Come this far, there's no turning back now. Very well. I too cannot allow any doubt to remain concerning this testimony.
You can't back down, can you? Such a perfectionist, Miles Edgeworth. Very well then, Mr. Edgeworth. Where is your evidence that it had already stopped snowing when the victim was killed?
Where's my evidence that it had already stopped snowing when the victim was killed? Do we just use the murder photo? Like the fact that there's no snow on top of the victim? I mean, she's not covered in snow, so you'd have to think, right? You're right, what's the classic one? It was not, in fact, Christmas! Isn't it the big Christmas one? I forget how that line goes. Courtyard, I think it has to be this, right?
Take that!
Ultimately, it only comes down to one point. That being, whether or not it was snowing in the courtyard when the victim was stabbed.
That's right. But proving that is...
Incredibly easy. If we want to know whether it was snowing or not, this photo will tell us everything. Of course, I'm referring to the photo of the crime scene. As you can see, everything is covered with snow, with just one exception.
And that is...
The victim herself, Ms. Elise Dernim. Why is there no snow on top of her? The answer is simple. It had stopped snowing when she was killed, that's why. In other words, if the killer really did go to Eagle River to dispose of the murder weapon, then in this photograph there should be 2 sets of tracks.
Oh!
Why does she always just scream?
Ah! Order! Order! Ow! Just what are you suggesting, Miles Edgeworth?
To be honest, I'm not entirely sure myself. This is simply what all of the facts point to. That night, someone used the snowmobile to leave Hazakura Temple. From the tracks left, it can be understood that they were heading for Dusky Bridge. At that time, it was still snowing.
Of course it was. Because those tracks were erased by the snow.
Then when this person returned to Hazakura Temple, the snow had stopped. Thus, the return tracks remained.
Can I say something? This all sounds a bit fishy to me.
What does, sister?
Well, there is only one key for the snowmobile.
Furthermore, on the night of the question, Furthermore, on the night in question, we know that the defendant had it. The key was found in her room after the murder.
Which can only mean that night, Iris used the snowmobile to go to the inner temple.
But Iris said that she never went there. I should probably press on this some more when I get the chance.
The snowmobile can't cross the suspension bridge, so she must have left it on the Hazakura side of the bridge and crossed on foot. That sounds right. But what's odd is, when I left Hazakura, when I left Iris and returned to Hazakura Temple, I didn't see anything near Dusky Bridge. You must have just failed to see it, sister. Maybe. But when I made it back to Hazakura Temple, it was there. By the main gate. The snowmobile, I mean. I know what I saw. It was covered in snow, too.
But that isn't possible.
But order in the court. Well, what does all of this mean?
So then what was the snowmobile used for? It wasn't taken by the defendant when she went to the inner temple. If it had been, then the witness couldn't possibly have seen it by the gate. Furthermore, it wasn't used by the killer to dispose of the murder weapon. If that was the case, there should have been 2 sets of tracks in this photo. All we know is, after it stopped snowing, someone used the snowmobile to return to Hazakura Temple. I thought a simple snowmobile could cause so much trouble.
I think we've learned all we can from this witness. Yes, I've nothing more to add. I've told you everything. Everything I know. But then, that still leaves us with the same problem. If only there was someone, a witness who could testify to having seen the snowmobile.
A witness, huh?
Was there no one out walking, perhaps, near Dusky Bridge on that night? I don't think that's likely. It was cold enough to freeze your ears off. Only an idiot would go out wandering in that. Unless they had something really important to do. Oh, that's a shame.
Hold on. Something's coming to me. An idiot may well have gone wandering out on that subarctic night. Your Honor! Actually, there just might be one individual who may be of help to us.
Really? You know of someone who might have seen the snowmobile on the night of the murder?
Well, I don't know for sure if he saw it or not. But there are 2 things about him that do come to mind.
Which are?
First, that he saw something incredible on the night of the murder. His words.
And the second being?
This individual that I'm thinking of went out wandering outside on that cold night. In other words, he's our kind of idiot.
Mr. Edgeworth, who is this idiot you're talking about? I love this lead up. What kind of fucking idiot?
Yeah, I can think of one idiot.
Is he really that much of an idiot, Miles Edgeworth?
Oh, he's an idiot. He's a fucking moron. Just look at him.
My friend since grade school. I don't remember how we became friends, though.
Take that!
This guy must be a product of Jean-Luc What
the fuck? This guy must be a product of Jean-Luc de Laduc's Guide to Obnoxious French Painting.
This is Larry Butts, a disciple of the victim, Elise Donim.
Her student. Interesting. And why is he wandering about outside the night of the murder? I'm sorry, why is he wandering about outside on the night of the murder?
Well, that's, I could tell them about his designs for Iris. It may cost us his credibility as a witness before I even call him. He is, after all, an artist. He was perhaps searching for something in the snowy scenery that would move him. Although I cannot guarantee that this is the reason.
And so, this unfortunate, unreliable-looking man, what exactly was it that he saw?
I intend to extract that from him right here in the courtroom.
Summon this youth as a witness immediately. I have no choice, do I?
I believe he's in the gallery for this trial. It will not take long to summon him.
Very well.
Oh, Larry. You may have escaped me yesterday, but today I'm going to get everything out of you.
The court will now adjourn for a 20 minutes break. Ms. Von Karma, please see to preparing the next witness. Understood, Your Honor. Good. Well then, court is now in recess. And on that note, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna blow my nose and hit the restroom and refill my water, and you should do the same. So let's save, and I will be back in about 3 minutes. BRB.
You know what's wild? It is still, I think anyway. Oh, you know what? I'm wrong. I was going to say it's still freaking hot out, but I think it's just hot in my bedroom. It actually dropped down to 69 degrees. I'm shocked. It was like 107 earlier? 107, 110. It's been absolutely bonkers the past 2 days. Still fucking hot in here, though. We had 2 ACs on today. We had the central AC and we had another AC running like a stationary standalone. Welcome back, everybody. Let's continue after I take a quick sip of caffeine. Why does that painting in the background look like a scene from like fucking Sleepy Hollow? Swear to God, Headless Horseman's about to ride up and start fucking people up. All right. February 9th, 11:15 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 1.
Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm not really sure what to say.
Iris, we only have 20 minutes. There are 2 things which I need to ask you before we reconvene.
All right. I'll help you any way I can.
First, about that night. You really didn't go to the Inner Temple, correct? The last witness claims to have met and talked with you in the training hall. Either you or Sister Bikini is lying.
Mr. Edgeworth, it's just as I said yesterday. Until the incident occurred, I was in my own room, in Hazakura Temple.
Well, the second thing then. That night, the temple snowmobile was used in between the time Sister Bikini returned to the main hall and when she bore witness to the murder. Sometime between 10:30 and 11 p.m. that night. Were you the one who used the snowmobile?
There's only one key for the snowmobile. The only person who could have used it was me.
So it was you. But why? What made you go out to Dusky Bridge?
I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth.
Fuck. Wait, how many? Oh, God! Iris.
I can't tell you about that. Yet.
Yet?
Not until her safety is confirmed.
Her?
The safety of the Acolyte.
The Acolyte, huh? She must be talking about Maya.
Oh, that's him.
Iris, look me in the eye and tell me the truth. Did you kill Elise Donim?
No matter who or what may come, I could never take a life.
As I thought. No Cyclops. Very well. It's my job to get to the truth. You'll discover this for yourself soon enough.
February 9th, 11:36, courtroom number 7. District Court, courtroom number 7.
All right, court will now reconvene. Ms. Von Karma, where is the witness?
During the break, a man was detained for suspicious behavior in the gallery.
Suspicious behavior?
He was sketching something very intensely. Dare I ask what the witness was sketching when he was detained? He drew a terrifying woman, armed with a demonic face and a vicious whip. I can only presume that his intention was to drop. Ow! Anyway, it's time to drag this pathetic excuse for an artist before the court. Loristanim, I hope you're ready. Get in here!
It would seem that whip is going to see plenty more use today.
Ow! Your sketch is in contempt of the court. Hey! I was just artistically rendering. Ow! You tried to run away from the bailiff who was trying to hand you your subpoena, correct? Look, I'm nothing but a fledgling artist, training out in the mountains, man. I'm only down here in the city because I ran out of green paint. Well, to use the technical term for the color viridian.
Larry, this isn't an art store, now is it?
I know. I graduated junior high, okay? Look, art is all about working in the fields, isn't it? Art is all about working in the fields? What the fuck does that mean, Butts? Thank you! Working in the fields.
I presume he wanted to say field work. I hope.
I like that everyone in the game is on the same page as me right now. Yeah, that's it. Thanks, buddy.
It's kind of sad that I was able to understand his mangled train wreck of a sentence.
I just happened to stop in here and found a wonderful new model. So see, I got nothing to do with this trial at all, man. I expect all your faces to be red when you realize the mistake. Bright red. Or, to use the technical term, Crimson Lake. Ouch! Oh, it's so good, though. Stop your pathetic blabbering and testify like a man. Refrain from whipping me, Ms. Von Karma. Cross-whipping is as bad as cross-checking. Witness, this is all your fault. Testify now. Oh, this is too much for me. What I saw. Oh man, Scoob. I was at that lodge out in the mountains, looking up at the stars at night. I walked to the bridge a number of times, but I didn't see a snowmobile. I didn't see anyone at the bridge that night either. The girl I was waiting for didn't show up. My teacher died on me. What the fuck, Butts? I'm all alone now. Aren't I edgy?
Well, look at you. You suck.
Nice timing. Oh, witness, please refrain from talking directly to the lawyers during your testimony. I'm just a nobody. Nothing but a small, worthless old man, aren't I? And why wasn't I asked for my name and occupation? Or anything else? Mr. Edgeworth, this man seems to have quite a severe inferiority complex. Hey, hardcover.
He's recently been the cause of numerous incidents. I think he's finally realized for himself just how much of a nuisance he's been to other people.
Yeah, that's right. I'm behind everything. Every case. Watch out, okay? Just touching me will make you eternally unhappy. Well then, let us proceed with the cross-examination with no touching. Thank you. We can delve into other details at a later time. I was at that lodge out in the mountains looking up at the stars at night.
Hold it!
Whatever is the matter, Mr. Edgeworth?
This one single statement is so full of contradictions. For a moment there, I thought I was going to collapse.
So, witness, any idea as to where these contradictions in your testimony lie? Depending on your answer, I may stay my whip. Okay, give me a minute. Well, it was snowing that night, so I couldn't have possibly seen the stars. That rundown shack is hardly a lodge, is it? And even if the stars could be seen, it isn't like I was there to look at them, right? Well, Edgy, I'm just glad he's frozen in there. And that we're out here. And that he's the sheriff, and that we're frozen out here, and that we're in the air, and I just remembered we're out here. What I want to know is, where's the caveman? Let's try that again. Well, Edgy, I'm just glad he's in there, and that we're out here, and that he's the sheriff, and that we're frozen out there, and that we're in there, and I just remembered we're out here. So what I want to know is, where's the caveman? That fucking monologue. Get that away from me. Get that away from me, Maya. See? You can do it if you try. Ouch! There's only one issue here. What you saw at Dusky Bridge. I walked out to the bridge a number of times, but...
Hold it!
A number of times? How many?
maybe 5 times? I went once every 20 minutes.
Which means... you spent almost 2 hours at Heavenly Hall that night?
You bet! Real love is about waiting with your heart in your hands. Love, you say?
It was this man's intention to summon the defendant to the small shack, using this blackmail letter.
Blackmail? No! That's simply a product of my love! You huffy, puffy, loosey-goosey excuse for a whimpering, whiny wuss of a witness! So, what did you see? I hope for your sake you saw a snowmobile. You huffy, puffy, loosey-goosey excuse for a whimpering whatever she said, eh? Well, you see,
Being called those names doesn't seem to bother him at all.
I didn't see a snowmobile.
Hold it!
Larry, you really didn't see it?
Hey! No need to hit your desk, I can hear you. I didn't see it. I didn't see a snowmobile. Why does he stutter every time he says that? Why is he stuttering every time he tries to say snowmobile?
Larry?
Oh my god! I go! Gigabrain! 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 I'm gonna shove an Oreo in my face to celebrate. Why is he struggling to say snowmobile?
every single time he stutters saying snowmobile. It's the only thing he stutters saying. Why, Larry? I love that he interrupts him. Like, this is actually kind of horrendously rude. He interrupts him just to potentially fuck with him over a stutter. Larry, say snowmobile for me, please. Snowmobile? If you truly have nothing to hide, then why are you stammering like you just flew over a cuckoo's nest? Shut up! What is this? I don't know. Don't ask me. It seems that I'll need to start from a more obvious contradiction. I'm going to strike the blow that will finally get him to spill the beans. I didn't see anyone at the bridge that night either. You didn't meet anyone? Well, that's right, because I got nothing to do with this. And I'm just here to buy some Viridian paint, okay? Oh, come on! I expect to see those Crimson Lake faces. Now! It would appear that simply pressing him isn't going to be enough, Mr. Edgeworth. Hey, by the way, Zuffins, can we add Omegalol? We should probably have that by now. It appears that simply pressing him isn't going to be enough, Mr. Edgeworth. Indeed. It seems that he's going to claim to have nothing to do with this. It seems that he's going to claim to have nothing to do with this to the end. I don't want this guy to cost us any more time. I need to slice through his obvious contradictions and keep things moving along. I was at that lodge out in the mountains, looking up at the stars at night. Okay, so what are we going to contradict him on? I walked to the bridge a number of times. I didn't see that snowmobile. I didn't see anyone at the bridge that night either. Zuffins are the best. I didn't see anyone at the bridge that night either. I didn't see a snowmobile. I walked to the bridge a number of times, but looking up at the stars. I was at the lodge out in the mountains, looking up at the stars at night. I walked to the bridge a number of times. Salutation here. This fucking note. Salutation here. Lorem ipsum dolore. There's something I must talk to you about. I'll be waiting for you tonight at Heavenly Hall. Make sure you come unless you want your secret to be exposed. Why were you walking to the bridge? I didn't see a snowmobile. I didn't see anyone at the bridge that night either. I don't know when that was taken. Lightning struck Dusky Bridge at 10:45, around 30 minutes passed between the fire starting and going out. I'm trying to remember. Wait a minute. When Phoenix was running to try and save Maya, didn't Phoenix bump into Larry? I feel like I remember him bumping into Larry and being like, "Get out of my way! I've got to save Maya!" Like, I swear he bumped into him. And Larry was like, "You can't cross the bridge, it's on fire." And he's like, "I have to try!" So I wonder if they just intend for us to remember that? Let's try presenting Phoenix.
Objection!
Okay, nice. Larry Butts, I can understand why you might want to throw your old life away. You're pretty pathetic, and you cause all sorts of trouble. I'm sorry. But, having realized just how much of a nuisance you've been, that could be reconsidered. Sorry. That could be considered a step in the right direction. Edgy, are you trying to console me? It certainly doesn't sound that way to me. However, I cannot forgive you for simply turning away from the incidents you create. What? You're totally pinning this on me. Now then, let us talk about the night of the murder. Sister Bikini, after seeing the murder take place, asked Phoenix Wright to report it. Thus, he headed for the public phone by the bridge. There, he happened across a certain nefarious individual. You, Larry Butts. Yeah, that's right. Me, in the flesh. Listen carefully, witness. It doesn't matter if you change your name. So long as you remain pretty pathetic, you will continue to cause these incidents. That reality will not change. But what do you want me to do then? Larry, what you need to do is change your inner self. But for now, what you saw that night, testifying truthfully about this one issue is all I need from you. Edgy, I think... I think I've finally woken up. Well, I guess I could still be sleeping. But anyway, I'll do it. I'll testify. I'm not sure this will go especially well. I'll ask again then, witness. What did you see on the night of the murder? Larry, you need to start with the man in the mirror. I went to the shack around 9, so it would have been about 10:30 p.m. I feel like the bigger, like the weirder the character it is, the more I tend to like embellish and like do and play into the camp. Whereas when it's more of a straightforward character like Franziska or Edgeworth, I feel like I settle into a melody where like everything Miles Edgeworth says kind of has this sort of Crispin Freeman delivery. And like everything Franziska says sort of has like the snottiness of Azula. And I just sort of stick to that flavor, and Butts is fucking all over the place. But I feel like I take more risks with characters like Butts. I went to the shack around 9, so it would have been about 10:30 p.m. I wasn't lying under my bedding. Oh, sorry. I was lying under my bedding when the white flash almost blinded me. I looked out the window and Dusky Bridge was on fire. There was still some thunder, but I went right away to check it out. That's when I ran into Nick. You certainly saw quite a lot, didn't you? So, what happened to the bridge after it caught on fire? It was like me after a 3-day stint chasing a girl. I totally burnt out. It totally burnt out. Like, the bridge totally burnt out, like, almost totally gone. I mean, trying to cross the burning remains was what caused Nick to fall. What did you say? Oh, don't worry. It's nothing life-threatening. Wait! Wait. I've got to do that delivery again. She's caught off guard by this. She didn't know. And the burning bridge, that's what caused Nick to fall. What did you say? Oh, don't worry. It's nothing life-threatening. He just caught a cold.
I never know with that man if he should be called lucky or unlucky. Now, Mr. Edgeworth, please commence your cross-examination. I went to the shack around 9, so it would have been around 10:30 p.m.
What did you do out there, in the cold, for an hour and a half?
Oh, well, if you really must know, I was bizzin' so hard, I was busy being excited, I guess.
I don't know what's happened to his voice. He's gone off the deep end.
Well, if you really must know, I was busy being excited, I guess.
Excited? Dare I even ask?
I set the meeting time as 10 p.m., right? But I couldn't wait, and I thought she might come early, too.
Well, it appears she didn't come at all in the end.
Because they never arranged to meet in the first place, did they? Well, shut up! Oh, don't go picking my fun memories apart. Anyway, I was getting a little worried. I thought maybe Iris had lost her way. So every 20 minutes or so, I went out to the bridge. But I didn't see anything particularly suspicious. I didn't have anything else to do, so I went back to the shack to wait for her. I was lying under my bedding when a white flash almost blinded me.
Hold it!
This light was, of course...
Lightning! Like, kapow! Like a slap from Naomi! Honestly, a big bada boom. A big bada boom. Oh God, this reminds me of that fucking thing Quills sent me. Do I still have that? Like a slap from Naomi, honestly. Like a big bada boom. Like just some serious honkers, man. A real setup of donkers. Packing some Dabenhunkeros. Massive Dahunka Bunkulus. Big old Tonhunger Cougars. Even bigger Bonkhonka Gakoogs. Humongous Hungalumgonga Hungalagongas. Sorry, excuse me. Sorry, what's that last one? It was big old, even bigger Bunkana. Let me try this. I've got this Reddit, this fucking Reddit thing in front of me. Even bigger Bunkana Gahoogs. Humongous Hungalum Ganalagongus. I have been called. Hey, unknown. I like Dabenhunkeros. Packing some Dabenhunkeros. Massive Dahunkabunkongaloos. Sorry. Like a slap from Naomi. Honestly, a big bada boom. Ow! Or a little like that. Oh. Whew. That's more like a punch from Miranda. Witness, did you actually see the lightning hit the bridge? Well, I was a bit startled by the flash of light, so... I looked out the window and Dusky Bridge was on fire.
Hold it!
Seeing that, what did you do? Seeing that, what did you do?
What do you think? I was burning up as well, from the fire in my loins, from the fire in my heart. And that's why you went to take a look at the bridge. Well, to be honest, yeah, it was freezing cold, so at first I thought, forget it. I'm not leaving my covers. But it had pretty much stopped snowing, so I don't know, I changed my mind. I'm not sure I care for the forget it attitude you had at first, witness. There was still some thunder, but I went right away to check it out.
Hold it!
You said right away? But exactly how long after the strike was that?
The lightning fell, and then my bridge caught fire. Maybe around 5 minutes? I mean, I suddenly thought, gotta go check this out. How far is this small shack from where you were? Sorry, how far is this small shack you were in from the bridge? Hold on, it was, well, it pretty much stopped snowing. I guess about a 5-minute walk.
And how did Dusky Bridge look when you got there?
Like I'd recovered a piece of my childhood. I mean, not even the bonfires kids make during school camping trips can compare.
Well, should I press him for a little more info? Why did you go to the bridge? Why didn't you call anyone? Why didn't you call anyone? Why did you go to the bridge?
What do you think, Misfits? We're gonna do one of them. Which one would you go with? Why didn't you call anyone? Is it his job to call someone that the bridge is on fire? I mean, like, you should. Does he have to? You should. Does he have to? Why did you go to the bridge? I mean, why wouldn't you? It's on fire. Maybe someone got hurt. Maybe something's going on. Like, is there a reason? Like, why would you stay if you saw the bridge catch fire? The middle one. Let's try it.
Larry, let me ask you one thing.
What is it, Edgy? What's with the serious face?
Why didn't you call anyone?
Huh? What do you mean?
Normally, when faced with a towering inferno, one would try to tell someone. There's a public phone right by Dusky Bridge, correct?
Well, yeah, of course I thought of doing that. So then, let's hear why you didn't. Huh? Yeah, okay, a reason. My reason. It isn't that I didn't try to tell anyone. I just didn't have time to, okay? I arrived at the bridge, and Nick showed up less than a minute later.
Hold it!
You claim to have arrived at the bridge at the same time as Wright?
Yeah. I thought I'd better tell someone about this. But then Nick came up yelling about murder. It totally made me forget about the bridge. The fire was pretty much out by then anyway.
What's this feeling? I suddenly have a terrible case of unease.
It was after contacting the police that Phoenix Wright fell from the bridge, correct? Yeah, that's pretty much it, more or less.
He told me about the burning bridge yesterday, but there's still something that doesn't quite fit. It looks like, despite his change of heart, Larry still isn't telling us the whole truth.
Okay, let's see. Nick showed up less than a minute later. When did lightning strike the bridge? Lightning struck Dusky Bridge at 10:45, and around 30 minutes passed between the fire starting and going out. I went right away to check it out. So I see a contradiction, but I don't know what I can contradict yet. The contradiction is if he went straight away the moment that he saw the lightning strike,
And by the time he got to Nick, oh, the fire was almost out anyway. That's not 30 minutes. That's 5 minutes. So that time doesn't line up. You know?
Hold it!
Let's try the other one real quick. Late to this, but massive Hungana hoogs. She hit me like some massive Hungana hoogs. Some incredible Tunhanger cougars. Man. Let's see. Let's press on the other one. Why did you go back to the bridge? So you suddenly thought to check out the bridge? Does this mean that you initially had no intention of doing so? Well, yeah, I guess it does. It was really cold. I didn't really want to go out there. If that's the case, why did you change your mind? I'd like to hear your reasoning. In which case, please give testimony to that effect, witness. My reasoning? Oh, okay. Reasoning, is it? I thought I'd never get another chance to see something so big burning.
Hold it!
So you decided to go and see what was happening.
That's right. We're talking about a massive suspension bridge burning to high heaven. We're talking about some humongous hungongalagongalaunganas. We're talking about a real set of badonkers. We're talking about some massive dunhoongabungaloos. Massive suspension bridge burning to the high heavens. This is such a weird stream. What the fuck am I doing? What am I doing with my life? That's not something you see every day. A real like really special.
Can we really trust a witness who's unable to pronounce spectacle?
Life seems to love hitting this poor witness below the belt. Well, my motive is hit life back as hard as you can. Yow! I'll give you a few hits too if you'd like. With my whip.
You told me about the burning bridge yesterday. There's still something that doesn't quite fit. It looks like, despite his change of heart, Larry still isn't telling us the whole truth.
Okay, so the new one is... I thought I'd never get another chance to see something so big burning. Well, that's dumb.
Hold it!
So it's gotta be the other one. Presumably. Let's get past this real quick. I arrived at the bridge and Nick showed up less than a minute later. Okay, so here's the thing. I feel like this relies a little bit on implication, but I think I'm supposed to present the weather report. Because if he's thus far, here, I'm gonna shove an Oreo in my mouth while I say this. I'm such a good fucking role model. Okay. So, he testified that lightning hit the bridge and set it on fire. And I went right away to check it out. All right? And then he says, Nick showed up less than a minute later. Either of these could be a contradiction, but the contradiction is that if lightning struck at 10:45, or 10:50, wait, 10 to approximately 11. If lightning struck 10 approximately to 11, then that means, oh, sorry, no, it's right there, 10:45. That means lightning strikes at 10:45. Larry's there by 10:50. Phoenix hasn't left the temple until earliest 11. Phoenix doesn't get to the bridge until 11:20, right? 30 minutes passed between the fire starting and going out. So it's reasonable that by the time Nick gets there, the fire could almost be out. And he even says when he saw Nick there at the bridge, the fire was almost out. But if he claims to have gone immediately, then it would have been 10:50 and it would have been like a good 30 minutes before Nick got there. Nick wouldn't have gotten there immediately. So I'm either contesting this one, I went right away to check it out, on the basis that if what he's saying is true, and the fire was almost out and Nick was there, he didn't go immediately, he waited 30 minutes. Or I'm contesting this one, Nick showed up less than a minute later, on the grounds that if you got there when you say you did, Nick wouldn't have shown up for another 30 minutes. So it's either you got there on time, but you're lying about when Nick got there, or you got there, but you're lying about how quickly you went home.
Objection!
Hell yeah. Oh, I love this line. Let me take a quick sip of water. Your very existence being a contradiction. I'm not sure if you can grasp this or not. What the hey, Hedgie? You make me sound like some sort of alien. But your testimony is conclusively contradictory. The problem here is time. I've never been the best timekeeper, you know that. 3 minutes after Billy leaves on foot, you follow him on your bicycle. How long does it take for you to catch up with him? I'm terrible at those. This is much more simple. You saw the lightning strike Dusky Bridge, and immediately went to see what happened. Is this correct? Yeah, well, I wasted about 5 minutes first, but more or less. I have the weather data from the night of the murder here. According to this, the lightning fell at 10:45 p.m. You say it takes less than 5 minutes from the shack to Dusky Bridge, meaning you probably got there around 11 p.m., to be generous. Well, that all sounds about right, I guess. And then Nick showed up and did his falling act. That's impossible. What do you mean? 11 p.m. is when the murder occurred in Hazakura. Hello. 11 p.m. is when the murder occurred at Hazakura Temple. Thus, Wright was still there, in the courtyard. There's no way that Larry could have encountered him at Dusky Bridge at that time. Oh, excuse me, I have an objection. You do? Edgy, how many times do I have to say this, man? I'm not Larry, I'm Laurie No! It has not been proven that the murder occurred at 11 p.m. The sister only said around 11. In which case, it could have been earlier than that. Watch your footing there, Miss Franziska von Karma. The slope ahead is slippery. For there's still no way that Wright could have been at Dusky Bridge at 11. And why not? It's clearly written here in the weather data report. It took around 30 minutes for the bridge to burn out. Therefore, the bridge must have been burning until at least 11:15. Which means what exactly? Wright did not see the bridge while it was being consumed by the flames that night. In fact, he did not arrive on the scene until after the fire had died down. To be fair, it was still on fire. Look at that picture. And when we got there, we had a reaction to it, like as Phoenix. So the bridge was still burning, but details. In fact, he did not arrive on the scene until after the flames had died down. Larry, you arrived at the bridge at 11 p.m. But Wright did not make it there until at least 11:15.
I suggest you stop hiding things and just tell us the whole truth. Now then, what happened during these missing 15 minutes?
I feel like I just got brutally woken up by toilet splashback.
What? What? What?
I guess I was still sleeping after all, man!
Order! 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 Ah!
So there was a missing 15 minutes prior to meeting Phoenix Wright. I hardly see that as much of a problem.
Yeah, not much of a problem at all.
Really? The bridge is burning before your eyes, and there's a phone right next to it. Why then did you not report the accident?
Yes, witness, why didn't you? You were there simply to watch... I'm sorry, yes, witness, why didn't you? Were you there simply to watch the bridge burn?
And therein lies the problem. For even if the bridge had burnt out, he was still there. Staring into space. This witness didn't even attempt to fulfill his civic duty.
That's what it sounds like.
But this is Larry that we're talking about, and even he is incapable of being so stupid. Which means that there has to be a reason for his inaction.
Edgy? I think it's about time I got serious with you, dude.
Just as I thought. You've been playing with us this whole time.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you everything. You sure you want to hear it all?
Yes?
I may really say it this time. Oh, God. Just, again, please, just one more, please. Oh, I'm so close.
Then say it.
Very well. I have a very, very bad feeling about this. However, let's have the witness finally give us the whole truth. Now, for this 15-minute gap, what were you doing, witness?
And Misfits, I have an ad I can't skip that's coming up in just a few minutes. I'm going to go ahead and take a quick 3-minute break. I'm not going to go anywhere. So if you're one of my subbies or if you feel like becoming one, we'll just hang out and chat softly. But I'll see you in just a few minutes. Don't worry, we won't go anywhere. Gotta get some more time on the clock, baby. Is she whipping him? Yeah, she whips everybody. Except, apparently, Edgeworth. There was one thing he said that I swear to God it seemed like she whipped him, but I guess she didn't. Because a second later, the judge was like, why am I the only one getting whipped here? So I think she has enough respect for her brother that she's that she's never gonna whip Edgeworth. Which is funny then, because it means when she gets frustrated, she's whipping the judge even when she's mad at Edgeworth, and that's fucking hilarious. He's like, what did I say? Nintendo fan, hello. Yo, Bun Cake, also welcome. Got back to Apex after a long hiatus. New system is crazy. The new res system is wild, isn't it, Bun Cake? Do you guys, any Apex players, hope that they keep it in as just the permanent new res system, or are you hoping we go back to the old system of grabbing the banner and running? Improvement or gimmick to res on a cooldown?
I'm having Oreos, by the way. It's funny that we get these moments where Larry suddenly gets serious, but he's still a doofus when he's serious. Like, he'll give you, like, this is like the sobering Larry look, but he'll still be like, I don't know, man. So it's like finding the way to thread that needle so he's like a little more serious, but he's still a little out there, you know? You gotta understand. For normal trios with a bit more cooking, the respawn system might work. Straight shot is still my fave. Straight shot is my favorite game mode in the whole game. Pistachio ice cream. Man, it's been forever. Classic Neapolitan. Cherry, vanilla, pistachio. Not chocolate, strawberry, vanilla. Yeah, I love Straight Shot. I wish Straight Shot was permanent. Like, I wish Straight Shot just had, like, its own permanent playlist that people could play. Or at least, like, I don't know, like, if they included some of the LTMs in the custom lobby. I don't know what that would do to the game size or performance, but, like, can you imagine if you had access to most of the LTMs from the custom lobby? So you could just load up a game with your community and just be like, let's do 3 strikes. And like maybe 3 strikes hasn't been a playable event in like 6 months, but you can still just load it up custom. That would be so cool. I would love to see that hit the game. Welcome back, everybody. All right, here we go. The missing 15 minutes. I'm a donim. I'm an artist. What do you think I was doing? Sketching in front of the bridge. I was whipped up into a frenzy of art. The shock and awe that I was feeling, I transferred it all directly onto the page. Before I realized it, the flames had gone up and out and over, and then he came running up. I suppose artists can be strange folk. That's right. I'm willing to sacrifice everything in order to draw the perfect sketch. Let me tell you. Including the truth from the sound of it. Mr. Edgeworth, has this removed the last of your doubts? Wait, this is the judge. This isn't Larry. Mr. Edgeworth, has this removed the last of your doubts? Edwin, thank you for the 6 months. That's so freaking sweet. Thank you so much, dude. And 6 months in advance. That's so freaking kind. Mr. Edgeworth, has this removed the last of your doubts? Not at all, Your Honor. One very large doubt still remains. And what would that be? Well, this is surprisingly a believable story, especially considering the source. So why did he think he needed to hide it from us until now? I intend to drag the reason out of him. Oh, you'll regret this, Edgy. Is that a threat? I'm a donim. I'm an artist. What did you think I was doing?
Hold it!
Tell us, Larry.
My name is Laurice. Get it right. Mistakes like this are what keep you from being popular with the ladies like I am.
Just who exactly are you?
I'm Laurice Donim, apprentice extraordinaire.
That's what he calls himself in any case. Then you are an artist.
Of course! I'm an artist, the real thing.
Yet again, that's what he calls himself.
Names mean nothing. There's only one issue I care to discuss. What were you doing?
It was a very big issue indeed.
Sketching! In front of the bridge! I was whipped up into a frenzy of art!
Sketching? The burning bridge?
The burning bridge and everything that came with it.
What? Came with it?
You want to hear this from my lips, don't you, Edgy? You'll regret this. This sketch is... Ow!
Enough! Just take that ridiculous sketch of yours out already, Witness.
What are you talking about? I don't know what you mean. What sketch? That does indeed appear to be the fastest solution. I'll leave it to you, Mr. Edgeworth.
What should I do? I've got a terrible feeling that the instant this sketch is revealed, the entire world may be changed by what is depicted there.
Let's try it. You ready, Misfits?
Larry? I wonder if you can show us your sketch. Please.
Well. Even I couldn't have imagined it'd turn out like this.
Imagined what?
That Laurice Denim's debut would take place here. Today. Like this. Ow, yes.
Show it now. Please.
Okay, but, steel yourselves. This is the world of Laurice Denim.
What the fuck?
So this is Dusky Bridge, correct? Quite a large bridge, isn't it? Your response, Von Karma?
Yes, well, it is a better drawing than I expected.
Isn't it? I struggled to reproduce those flames. I really did. Yes, I'm sure you did.
This is gonna get ugly. Has the courage to bring it up, it seems. This mysterious flying object. Larry!
What?
The burning bridge is fine. But... what is that unfortunate-looking figure?
Oh, you spotted that. I thought you might.
However much I want you to ignore it. Sorry, let me try that again. However much I want to ignore it, I can't.
It's Iris, of course. Iris. I wish she'd take better care of herself. We have to plan for our future, you know? I mean, what would have happened to her if she'd injured herself flying like that?
Larry, please answer the question, honestly.
Okay.
Are you really claiming to have seen this? Are you claiming to have seen the silhouette of the defendant flying over a bridge that was engulfed by flames?
Yep, that's what I saw. That's why I drew it. I'm an artist, a real artist. Are you high? Are you high? No, wait, that's him. Are you high? Are you high? They actually did that. Or let me try that. Let me try all three of them. What? Are you high? The girl, she's really high up in this picture. Are you high? Are you high? The girl, she's really high up in this picture. Ow! What was that for? This is all a bad dream. I was hitting you on the cheek to test that theory. Please whip your own cheek from now on if you wish to test your wild theories. Anyway, no court of law will ever acknowledge that the people can fly. Actually, there is some precedence for this. She was flying pretty high, my sweet Iris. She was about 30 feet above the bridge, at least. It was really something to see. This has to be some kind of mistake. Mr. Edgeworth, please bring the witness back down to earth.
What?
Me? This witness is your friend, is he not? Accessory to foolishness, Miles Edgeworth. Let's get back to the cross-examination, by force if necessary. Mr. Edgeworth, I expect you to expose the obvious contradictions here.
Yes. Governor? Looks like I've got another reason to remember this moron.
Well, what did you think of my debut piece? Get that thing away from me! Larry's sketch added to the court record. Horrible sketch of what he saw the night of the crime. Now hurry up and cross-examine him. I'm a donim. I'm an artist. What do you think I was doing? Okay, we got this. Sketching. In front of the bridge, it whipped me into a frenzy of art. I saw Iris flying, her white hood fluttering. Her white hood fluttering, huh? Her white hood fluttering. Let's see. I think I can probably just present the hood, right?
Objection!
Hell yeah.
Larry, what did you really see that night? Not that I particularly care.
In your position, that's just being irresponsible. I drew exactly what I saw. I'll give you the whole $1. I'll give you a whole $1 if it's the what is this line? I drew exactly what I saw. I'll give you a whole $1 if it's the truth. I'll give you a whole $1 that it's the truth. Okay, sure.
If that is truly the case, then there's one thing that we can say for certain.
And what might that be?
That the person who flew over the bridge could not have been the defendant, Iris.
What? What do you mean? I don't understand. Ow! A foolhardy folly of a foolish statement by an equally foolish Foolhardy fool! How exactly can you make this claim?
Tell us, Larry. According to this picture, the individual whom you say you saw wearing a hood. Sorry, the individual whom you say you saw was wearing a hood, correct?
Of course she was. That rundown shack is quite away from the bridge. The hood was what told me that the floating angel was my Iris. The hood was my darling Iris, and my Iris is a darling hood.
What the fuck?
Ow! Oh, thank you. It seems there are bigger fools in this world than the one at the defendant's bench.
Larry. There's something you need to be made aware of. On the night of the murder, Iris wasn't wearing her hood. She'd given it to Wright as a gift. Are you going to change your story now? Perhaps suggest that it was Wright who took the flight?
What are you talking about?
I think you understand what I mean just fine.
Why? Why did Nick have Iris's hood?
What?
Edgy. What's going on with Iris and Nick? Why you... Oh, Nick! You dog!
I do believe that this unbelievably mysterious sketch is destined to disappear, discredited and discarded straight into the garbage.
What is it now, witness? It feels like I've been waiting 25 years for this very day to come. Edgy, today is the day I get to completely stupefy you.
What?
What is the meaning of your outburst, witness?
Oh, I hate to have to do this, but I have some definitive evidence.
Definitive?
Evidence. Iris did indeed come flying over the burning bridge. And I, Laurie Stonem, shall prove it.
I didn't expect to ask this again, but we shall be needing your testimony once again. Tell us anything you know concerning the defendant as depicted in this sketch. And show us your evidence that this nightmare was actually a reality.
Okay, I hope you're ready, Edgy. 'Cause I'm gonna feed you a whopping serving of pain.
You have been serving us a whopping serving of pain this whole time!
Trust me. When I reached Dusky Bridge, she was already gone. I was so worried, so I frantically searched all over for her. That led me to finding a beautiful crystal sphere, half buried in the snow. It's the staff, the thing that's missing, and it has blood on it. I'm sure that Iris was simply wearing a spare hood. After all, no one else could have lost a crystal sphere that night.
A crystal sphere?
This one. Pretty, isn't it? But finders keepers. That sphere. Where did you find it? Let me see. Around here, somewhere? Looks about right.
And it was half buried in the snow?
It had pretty much stopped snowing by then.
but there was some fallen as I walked the bridge. The court accepts this crystal sphere. Hey, that's mine, okay? I want it back afterwards. There's something on it. Oh my. Well, it's blood.
What? Blood?
Crystal sphere added to the court record. Found half covered in snow near Dusky Bridge the night of the crime. Has blood on it. You ready, Edgy? By tomorrow morning, you'll be calling me Master Larry. Yeah, I like the sound of that. No one's gonna push me around anymore. I'm in my villain arc now, baby. I'm ready to kick names and take ass. Or, was that the other way around? Anyway, bring on the questions, Edgy.
Didn't you want to be called Laristo Nim only a few minutes ago?
When I reached Dusky Bridge, she was already gone.
Hold it!
So you went to the burning bridge.
That's right, to meet Iris. She actually flew to get to me. Least I could do was meet her halfway. But the defendant was not at the bridge when you got there, you say? I guess she went back to Hazakura Temple. She's a girl, after all. She must have wanted to look her best.
It must be lovely to live in the fantasy land of Larry's mind. Actually, it's so depressing that I can't even work up the energy to point.
So what did you do next? Hey, Upgrade Gaming. Welcome, welcome. I was so worried I frantically searched all over for her.
Hold it!
So you searched all over for her.
She was flying pretty high, you know? I mean, I thought maybe she slipped on her landing and got hurt. Hey, it is more than possible. Also, when I headed out to the shack the first time, I was snacking on a banana. I was pretty sure I threw the peel away somewhere around there, so, you know.
Can one guy really be this stupid? So, did you find any signs of her so-called landing?
No, I don't really remember. I kept on falling over myself and kind of lost it for a while there. You fell over yourself? Yeah, the snow was deep, and there was even a banana peel out there, man.
Yep. There's stupid, and then there's Larry Butts.
The short of it is that you didn't find any signs of her landing, correct? Well, then what happened next? That led me to finding a beautiful crystal sphere half buried in the snow.
Hold it!
Half buried?
It was sitting in the snow with a, little gathered on top of it. But it was very hard to spot, actually. I mean, it was dark out too. I'm impressed. You did well to find it. Hey, no matter what you may think, what voice is that? No matter what you may think when you look at me, I'm a pro. I'm a genius security guard. I used a pen light I borrowed from my company to help in my search. And it sparkled really brightly as if it was saying, "Here I am! Rock you like a crystal ball, baby!" To me, it's like it was talking to me.
It does indeed look very much like the crystal sphere on Iris's hood. But need I remind you that she was not wearing her hood that night?
I'm sure that Iris was simply wearing a spare hood.
Hold it!
Each nun is assigned one hood, and they're only assigned one.
I don't know anything about that, okay? And Iris is special, all right, dude? Even if she did steal a spare hood, I'd forgive her.
This is getting us nowhere. Our destination for the day, it seems.
However, this crystal sphere was found near the bridge. That is a fact. If it didn't come from the hood, where could it have come from?
That is the question I aim to answer.
After all, no one else could have lost a crystal sphere that night.
Actually, funny story. Because we have the staff that in the photograph has a crystal sphere in it. Right there, baby. And yet the one that was found at the scene of the crime is missing it. I think I can think of somebody that is missing a crystal sphere. Can I present her, I wonder? Elise Donim.
Objection!
Nice. Larry, that night, there was someone who lost a crystal sphere. Ooh, there was? Who? Who was this stupid idiot? Ms. Elise Donim, the mentor to a stupid idiot. The victim. I have a photo of her here. And on the end of her staff, you can see a familiar-looking crystal sphere. Hey, that's my photograph. Hey, give it back. Ow, oh, yes. Oh, please, one more. A crystal sphere like that is quite easy to find. I have one just like it on my boat. On my boat? What? I have one just like it on my brooch. They look nothing alike. In any case, please take a look at this. This is the victim's staff, found at the scene of the crime. Ah! The crystal sphere! It's gone! What? What? Just what does this mean? If anyone jumped or flew across the bridge that night, it certainly was not Iris. She was not wearing her hood. More importantly, the crystal sphere found at the landing site was not hers either. No, that's not Larry, it's the judge. Well, that means the one who flew and dropped the sphere was the victim, Ms. Elise Donim.
Objection!
A fool alongside another fool on a fool's errand to reach the foolish conclusion. First of all, this sketch, which I prefer to call a scribble, is ridiculous. People cannot fly. People cannot fly. Thus, it is rejected. You can't do that. I saw it with my, oh, yes. And this crystal sphere. This is nothing more than a red herring.
You honestly believe that?
I'll give it some thought, and I'm sure you'll realize it as well, Miles Edgeworth. Elise Donim was in her room on the night of the murder. There was no reason for her to go to Dusky Bridge. Therefore, this sphere cannot be related to the case.
Objection!
Ms. Franziska von Karma. The only people who will accept that explanation are scatterbrains and clowns.
Why are you pointing at me?
The victim's crystal sphere was found near the bridge on the night of the murder. Yet you expect us to believe that it has nothing to do with the case?
Objection!
That crystal sphere? It was probably thrown away at the bridge after the murder.
After the murder?
There's blood on the crystal sphere, isn't there? This naturally suggests that it was thrown away after the murder took place. The killer placed it there and threw the killer placed it there to throw the investigation off the scent. Which is the exact same reason that he drew that ridiculous sketch. What? You mean I'm the killer? No way! Ow! Oh, thank you. All joking aside, just when did this crystal sphere appear near the foot of the bridge? Unless this can be proven in some way, I refuse. Unless this can be proven in some way, I refuse to believe that this is related to the case.
She makes a valid point. There's no evidence that Alistonim left Hazakura Temple that night. However, if somehow this crystal sphere can be proven to have been dropped before the victim was killed, then this case is going to transform into something else entirely.
I mean, think about it for a second. If, for a second, we just give it the benefit of the doubt, and we say, what if the victim was flying through the air? When she lands, assuming she's like, okay, if she landed in a way that not only knocked the crystal off of her staff, but bloodied it, that could constitute a fall, right? Which would then mean she was killed before she flew, and then flew and landed, depositing her crystal ball by the bridge with blood on it. At which point, the snowmobile that only went back to the temple, because if it was taken from the temple while it was snowing so that the snow would cover up the tracks, it was there early, the snowmobile could have brought the body back to the courtyard. At which point, Sister Bikini might not have seen the moment of the murder. Sister Bikini, I'm gonna try not to spoil much beyond this, obviously, but Sister Bikini might not have seen the moment of the murder. She might have walked in on the setting up of an alibi. Like the posing of like positioning the body to imply that the murder was not what it actually was. You know, like we might have the timeline completely wrong. We know that she was killed sometime between 10 and 11, but that's a long time. That's like an hour. She was killed, theoretically, then seen flying, then possibly, I don't know this, but like theoretically, hit the ground in a way that left that broke her staff and left a bloody crystal ball on the ground. And then the body, because she would have been killed first, right? Then hit the ground. Then the body could have been taken back to the temple. Let's earmark that. We don't want to spoil this, but let's earmark that and remember that for later. That's why he's probably saying this is going to transform into something else entirely. Mia, welcome. How's it going, Mia? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm doing a little performance stream. Hope you're doing well. It's nice to hear from you. We haven't spoken in ages. I think we were talking about playing something and we never did. We should solve that. I would like to.
He's essentially saying if this Alistonim, the victim, did in fact fly, and if that crystal ball came from the victim and was left at the bridge, then this case is going to transform into something else entirely.
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. It's been a
Chaotic week, and my brain worms are fucking horrendous. But this is my favorite night all week, and we're having fun doing a little Ace Attorney. So I'm in pretty good shape. I hope you're doing all right. Your response, Mr. Edgeworth. I want your final opinion on the disposition of this crystal sphere. If it is not related to the case, then this witness who you called will have been nothing more than a monumental waste of time. Prepare yourself for some very appropriate punishment, Miles Edgeworth. Can I prove it? Can I prove that the crystal sphere was dropped before the murder took place? Can I? Before the murder took place. Can I prove it? Can I prove it?
I think we can prove it insofar as the murder as we understand it right now. I'm now seriously thinking about that. What if the body was moved? What if the body was moved and she wasn't near the temple, but she was deposited at the temple to create an alibi? In which case, this is not going to be the truth. No! Fuck. Her staff isn't visible in the picture. Okay. Can I prove that the crystal sphere was dropped before the murder took place? Before the murder took place. I mean, would the staff itself just do it? Playing a lot of Magic the Gathering with Quills. Oh, it's so funny. I have so many friends that play Magic the Gathering religiously right now. I haven't played Magic since I was a kid. I played it at summer camp. And I played it a lot at summer camp. Like, my mom still has like a shoebox full of Magic cards somewhere, and they're all probably in terrible condition. Old, like, 4th edition Ice Age shit. I kind of played, like, from 4th edition to 5th edition, and then I stopped. And I have so many friends that play it now, like, all the time. I guess I grew out of it. Grew out of it is not the right way of putting it. I don't know, like, it fell off. I guess I didn't have enough friends that were playing it. My housemate plays it. I should introduce you to Commander. We can play on Tabletop Sim for free. I would try it. She carried the staff when she was alive, has her fingerprints on it. Can we prove that the crystal sphere was dropped before the murder took place? If it was found half covered in snow, what about the weather? The snow went from 7 to approximately 10:50. The murder occurred from 10 to 11. Shit. I don't think that I can prove that the crystal was dropped before the murder took place. Can I prove that the crystal sphere dropped before the murder took place? I don't think I can. And more importantly, I'm not sure it did. Honestly. Like, if my baby tiny little theory is correct, that maybe she was killed before and moved to the temple somehow, right? If that theory is correct, if there's a chance in hell that she was killed somewhere else and moved to the temple, then
then I don't even think that the sphere was dropped before the murder took place. She does have no snow on her dead body, that's true. It would imply that the snow stopped before she was murdered. In theory. I will try. I will try, but I don't know if I can. Let's try. Can I prove it? That isn't the issue. Just simply prove it. That's the only option. That's what he'd do. That's the way Phoenix Wright would do this. Your Honor, allow me to prove something to you. I will prove that this crystal sphere is a vital link to solving this case. You will do that? That look in your eye. You remind me of Phoenix Wright when he's cornered. That should come as no surprise. Because right now I am Phoenix Wright, and I am indeed cornered. I order you to present your evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. Evidence that proves that the crystal sphere was indeed dropped before the murder. So they're showing the photo in the background. Right? So I guess I have to... If they're showing the photo in the background, I can't submit the photo, right? So would I have to submit the sphere, maybe?
Take that!
This crystal sphere. It was half buried in the snow, correct? That's right. If it hadn't stopped snowing, then it would have been game over. The snow would have totally covered it. That's all I needed to hear from you, Larry. Your testimony makes one thing quite clear. What? When the crystal sphere was dropped, it was snowing. Even if it was ever so slightly. Snowing? On the other hand, let us look at the scene of the murder. As proven earlier today, there's no snow on the victim's body. Ah! Therefore, the crystal sphere must have been dropped before the murder. What? Order! 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 On the night of the murder, the victim did indeed go to Dusky Bridge. And there, something occurred that caused the staff's crystal to sphere. That's not the sentence. And there, something occurred that caused the staff's crystal sphere to come loose. What could that have been? This sphere. There's some blood on it, isn't there? Allow me to raise a certain possibility at this junction. The real crime scene was near the foot of Dusky Bridge.
Objection!
The murder didn't take place at the Hazakura Temple courtyard. Only a fool would suggest such a foolish piece of absolute foolishness. Just who is the fool? And which part is so foolish, Ms. Von Karma? Have you been paying any attention this whole time, Miles Edgeworth? The sister saw everything. She saw the victim being killed by the defendant in the Hazakura Temple, by the billiard hall, with the rope, or the revolver, or the fucking candlestick!
Objection!
That's not exactly true now, is it? To put it more precisely, what she saw was the murder weapon being removed from the victim's body. That's the same thing!
No, it isn't. You said yourself.
Very little blood is actually lost at the moment of the blade's insertion. If you want to talk about when the most blood would be lost from a body, that would be when the blade is removed.
If that statement is the truth, then Dusky Bridge could very easily have been the scene of the murder. The murder weapon was not removed, thus there was no bleeding.
You are forgetting one vital thing, Miles Edgeworth. Elise Donim's body was found at Hazakura Temple. On foot, it takes 15 minutes to travel from Dusky Bridge to Hazakura Temple. You mean to suggest someone carried that body all that way?
I've made it this far. The only place to take this is to the end. I just need to prove that my version of events is also perfectly plausible.
Now, if the defense is ready, the court would like to have an explanation. Please show us the method by which the victim's body was carried to Hazakura Temple.
Oh, baby girl, it's exactly what I said. I'm so smart. SMRT, it's the fucking tracks photo because they used the fucking snowmobile.
Take that!
On that snowy night, there's one way that a body could have been moved. The snowmobile. As we know, the snowmobile was used that night. It was explained as having been used to dispose of the murder weapon. But it could also have been used to carry a body.
Order! Order!
Ow! This is completely unacceptable, Miles Edgeworth. You've dug yourself into your own grave.
What do you mean?
The only one who could have used the snowmobile was the defendant. She's the one who moved the body. Doesn't that put the final nail in your coffin?
You're too late. Franziska von Karma. And in fact, the defense has proven something else entirely. We have shown that this case requires further investigation.
What?
Where was the victim, Elise Donim, really killed? If her body was moved, whatever for? And finally, just what does this image mean?
Do you even need to think about that? Such a creature could never see the truth, let alone describe it.
Objection!
This witness certainly sits on one of the lowest possible branches of humanity. You won't get an argument from me there. However, he would never utter a lie that could hurt a girl with whom he's enamored. He drew this, so it is something that actually happened. The defense stands firm on this point.
Edgy! Oh, Edgy, thank you!
Well, that settles it then. I cannot give a verdict under these circumstances.
Ah! Ah!
Right. I seem to have fulfilled my part in this. It's just as I thought. Franziska von Karma. You make a wonderful partner.
Excuse me?
There was one reason, and one reason alone for me being here. To expose the darkness lurking in this case, and then pass it on to Wright.
Really? That's what this was all about?
You could have just told me that from the very beginning, man. Then I wouldn't have had Francie whipping me and all. Oh.
Miles Edgeworth, I don't care what you were here to do. This was my chance to finally grind you under my heel.
A shame that your chance seems to have slipped you by.
What a show, Francie! This is all your fault. Such a terrible witness. You're an affront to all the legal system stands for. Oh, oh. Oh, thank you.
I cannot believe that the witness's testimony relates to an actual event. However, there has to be some sort of answer for the questions it raises. Have his words here today been truth or lies? Next time we gather in this courtroom, those are the matters that shall be addressed.
Why does this sound like a Law and Order intro?
These are their stories. I'm counting on thorough investigations by both the defense and the prosecution.
And with this, the rest is up to you. Right.
Court is now adjourned.
Hey, kiddos, how did you like the court day? How wild is that? Getting Edgeworth versus Franziska. They're a great pair. Oh, man. One more. Investigations are usually a little vocally easier than the court days. I could do one more. Got you on your toes. Good. I love playing Franziska. She's such a great character. All right. I'm going to refill my water. I'm going to hit the add button. I can do one more. Let's do the investigation. We're going to run a little later than normal, or at least than we have lately. And I guess that will mean that next week will be the final trial day. All right, see you in just a few minutes. This is your chance. I'm probably going to take more like 5 minutes. So if you want to like stretch your legs, hit the restroom, grab a snack, heat up some dinner or something, I'm going to like take a minute to just rest my voice. So I'll see you back here in just a few. All right, BRB. All right. Thank you so much for waiting. Welcome back, everybody. If you showed up during our little intermission, I'm glad you're here. We've got a sweet hour 17 on the clock. So let's begin our second investigation day. Are we going to get Phoenix Wright back? Are we back in the shoes of Phoenix? Is Edgeworth out of the picture completely? What's going on with Franziska? Where was Gatto? Because keep in mind, so Edgeworth arranged for a special judge. Like, he arranged to postpone and adjust the schedule of the trial so that they needed a different judge. So he would be with a safe judge. He did not arrange for a different prosecutor. Gatto's missing. We don't know why. Where is he? Is Maya safe? Is Maya alive? There's so much we still don't know the answer to. So I'm excited to get in there. Let's do it. February 9th, 3:43 a.m. Oh no. He's at the Hottie Clinic? He's at the Hottie Clinic. No, please don't come back. Please don't come back. I swear to God, if I have to voice this character again, I'm going to lose my mind. The Hottie Clinic. It's the place where all the bad surgery happens. Intensive care unit. I don't even remember what he sounded like, but I'm sure it'll be awful. I'm still up at this hour, reading through the trial record of a certain case. You know what this is? This was the case. This was the case that Mia was in. There's a case that we had the flashback where Dahlia Hawthorne was originally on the stand. And it was the convicted convict that ran away. That we just had a feeling like may not have actually done it. No, I'm not contesting that. No, I know that Edgeworth called Franziska, but not to avoid Gatto. Gatto's missing. Like that, like we already didn't have a prosecutor for tomorrow. So like Edgeworth worked it out and he called in a solid from his sister. So that obviously worked out in our favor, but we didn't know, like we didn't skirt Gatto's availability. We don't know where Gatto is. The only theory we've had so far was from Gumshoe, who said that, you know, who knows? Gatto seems to have this mysterious grudge against Nick. We don't know why he has a grudge against Nick. So maybe when Nick was no longer available, Gatto lost interest and just no call, no showed, but we don't really know. So it was the last case. It was was it Turnabout Memories or Beginnings? I don't remember which one is which. Is it, maybe it's Turnabout Beginnings. Yeah, it's Turnabout Beginnings. Was the one where it was the confrontation on the bridge, it was Terry Falls, it was the convicted convict who ran away. And at the start of that case, you see Phoenix in a bed in front of a laptop with like a little IV in the background, studying the case. And so, in a way, like if you could do it, I don't think the game lets you unless you're really creative with your saves. You'd have to play through it first, because you have to play through Turnabout Beginnings to get to Turnabout. Like if you wanted, I guess what I'm trying to say is if you wanted to do like a machete method, which I don't think the game will let you if you've never played it before. In theory, the Turnabout Beginnings happens during his time in the hospital during this case. So while he's in the hospital, he's studying up on Mia's first case, where ultimately Terry Falls kills himself on the stand and Dahlia Hawthorne walks free. This is the same case where Dahlia Hawthorne is acquitted, bumps into Phoenix Wright, who's studying law at the time, and feigns interest in him, asks him out on a date, and they go out on a date and they start dating.
and she gives him the vial of poison she used to kill Terry Falls to hide the evidence. Then she proceeds to keep dating Phoenix, seemingly not because she loves him, as far as we know, but because she's trying to get that evidence back now that she's out of the courtroom, but it's become sentimental to Phoenix, who thinks his girlfriend gave it to him. So she can't get the necklace back from him, and so she keeps dating him. And he's like, every time we go out, she asks me for the necklace, but I don't understand why. It was this beautiful gift she gave me. And then ultimately, the case where Phoenix's friend dies outside of their school, and Phoenix is on trial, we learn that it was actually a murder committed by Dahlia Hawthorne, his girlfriend, and that she and Mia Fey recognize each other and they have that history. Isn't that wild? Like, so Dahlia Hawthorne is like the centerpiece to so many pieces of this game. I mean, like, shit. As far as we know, like, because of Terry Falls dying on the stand, that was Edgeworth's first case. And ever since that first case, Edgeworth got this reputation of being like a shady prosecutor who'll do whatever he needs to do to get a guilty verdict. So the rumors start about Edgeworth and begin to swirl around him, and he develops that reputation. Like, so many aspects of the story going all the way back to the first game. And your very original, like, initial introduction to Mia, to Edgeworth, all start with Dahlia Hawthorne being the fucking devil. And now, we don't know what her tie-in is here. We just know that Sister Iris could be Dahlia Hawthorne. We don't know for sure. We're giving her the benefit of the doubt, which is weird. All we know is that she looks identical to Dahlia, but there's no way Dahlia's not, like, in maximum security prison or executed at this point. So how is Iris here? Why does she look like Dahlia? Now she's being convicted of a murder. What's the tie-in? And what are we gonna learn from here? Let's do this. I'm still up at this hour, reading through the trial record of a certain case. It's the first case my mentor, Mia Fey, had ever handled in the court of law. The horrifying truth is that I refuse to accept. The horrifying truth that I refuse to accept is holding me hostage here within its pages. The horrifying truth that I refuse to accept is holding me hostage here within its pages. Dahlia Hawthorne. What I've read, I don't want to believe. What is written here, this isn't the Dahlia I knew. After falling into Eagle River, I was somehow miraculously saved. But I ended up catching a cold that seemed to knock me around the world and back. I feel dizzy. My ears are ringing, my throat burns, my head is on fire. But I will recover. I have to recover by this afternoon. I have to meet with the most ill-tempered witness imaginable. But I know that he'll be able to help me with him. But I know that he will be able to help me with him somehow. Are we not back yet? Are we still going to be Edgeworth? February 9th, 2:43 p.m., Dusky Bridge. Right. Are you sure you're well enough to be doing this? You still look a little green in the face. Or maybe Viridian, in artist speak. Actually, my fever's gone down quite a bit. How's your temperature now? It's only 102 degrees. 102.2 degrees. Nothing to worry about.
Anyway, I read today's trial record. You weren't bad, Edgeworth. Pretty impressive, yeah, despite the circumstances. We're not in the clear yet. The main point of contention tomorrow is going to be the murder weapon. Yeah. In the end, the Shijishito did not deliver the deadly blow, which means that there must be another sword hiding out here that we don't know about. Another sword, huh? Hey, don't you worry about a thing, pal. I'll dig up the murder weapon myself, or I'll eat my coat. Hey, thanks again, Edgeworth. I'll handle things from here. This is probably for the best. Actually, I was thinking about paying the old precinct a little visit. There's something I want to look into. And that is our client's background. Naturally. You mean Iris, sir? I have the feeling that we've met before. Huh. All I want is a confirmation, one way or another. And since I probably won't be getting that from you, I'm sorry, Edgeworth. I bid you adieu, right? Take care. Guess I should get moving too, huh? Why? Do you need to be somewhere? Yeah, I gotta get to work on this bridge, pal. I'm rigging something up so we can get across the other side. That's right. Maya's still stuck over at the inner temple. Hey, but don't you worry, pal. Right? As soon as it's all set, you'll be the first to know. Thank you, Gumshoe. Hey, no problem, pal. Just, try not to give me that cough of yours, okay? All right, I'm off. Hang in there, Maya. We'll get you out. I promise. But in the meantime, I've got to continue collecting evidence. Here we go. Here's what's weird. We've already been here. So what the fuck else can we do? The thing looks like it's about ready to collapse. At least more than it did before. According to Bikini, Eagle Mountain is very prone to earthquakes. Which reminds me, if my memory serves me correctly, Edgeworth isn't exactly a fan of earthquakes. Now, we didn't have an earthquake happen, but that means that Edgeworth, knowing that this place was prone to earthquakes, still came here and still toughed it out because of his bestie. He still did everything he could to support Wright. It's just really sweet. Looks like it's about 20 yards to that cliff over there. I can't see the inner temple from here. I really hope Maya's okay. It really is more of a dusty bridge than a dusky bridge. The kidnapping incident happened here 11 years ago, so maybe it's cursed too. Hazakura Temple doesn't have a single private phone line. And there aren't any houses in the area, so I guess Bikini is the only one who uses this. I really wish I'd brought my cell phone with me. There's a narrow path going off in a different direction of that of the main hall. Looks like someone's taken the effort to write to Heavenly Hall on a signpost. Alright, where are we gonna go? Let's, something on the ground. Let's go to Heavenly Hall first. February 9th, Heavenly Hall. Huh, looks like no one's here. Hey, Larry! Laurice! Huh. Man, I was sure he'd be hiding here. Guess I'll try again later. Look at this graffiti. Scrawled right on the front of the shack. At least he managed to get a pretty good likeness. When I really think about it, I guess art kinda suits him. I mean, his very existence is an art of sorts. The snow's really piled up on the straw roof. It's otherworldly, like something out of a fairy tale. Well, the roof part anyway. The sign says Heavenly Hall. I guess it's pretty fitting. If you spent a night in this little freezing shack, you'd probably find yourself at the pearly gates by morning. That stuff is really ruining the beautiful atmosphere around here. It's so inappropriate. Like Sister Bikini in a bikini. Ugh. I've gotta think of the kittens. Think of the kittens? What the fuck does that mean? This is the famous Eagle River. I gotta try out its rough rapids. Oh, sorry. This is the famous Eagle River. I got to try out its rough rapids the other night. They say it has a really strong current. They weren't kidding. It's both powerful and fast-flowing. Huh. I was dead lucky. I mean, lucky not to be dead. These steps lead up to the foot of Dusky Bridge. Coming down is a cinch, but going back up doesn't look like a walk in the park. I'm starting to understand why rivers always want to flow downstream and not up. That's Dusky Bridge up there. It's amazing how clearly you can see it from so far away. Larry supposedly saw everything through the shack's window. Not much light gets down here, but it must be pitch black at night. But this area was probably illuminated at night because of the burning bridge above. Okay, nothing yet. Anything else worth seeing? No. Alright, main hall. February 9th, Hazakura Temple, main gate. Is this who I think it is? Come on, please! It's for art's sake, I swear! There's only one guy I know who could be this persistent and high-strung. I'm talking about the heroine here! The heroine in my book! It'll make you famous! Ow! Enough! A fool's fool fools fools who foolishly accepts the foolishness of a fool's fool. Wouldn't you agree? Phoenix, right? Huh? Me? Wait a second. I know you. You're... Ow! Your reflexes and minds need to shape up. My brain's frying like a sunny side up and you want to grill me over a name? Franzi, you can't do that! Even as we speak, Nick's on the brink of death. Or, so I'm told. Whip a dead horse. Isn't that one of your American sayings? No, it's not. Ow. And I'm not on the brink of anything. Come on, Nick. Tell her, would you? Tell her she needs to model for my new picture book. Franzi's Whippity Whip Trip. Oh, that one was good. Before you ask me to model, learn to at least give a semi-coherent testimony. And before that, you'll have to learn how to live a semi-coherent life, Larry. Look, I don't care what anyone says. I'm telling the truth, all right? I saw what I saw. She flew, I'm telling you. Whoosh, just like that dude with the red underwear. Don't think I'm gonna forgive you guys when you come crawling back to apologize. Off he goes. It's amazing how little he's... Sorry, let me try that again. It's amazing how little has changed with you in the past year, Phoenix, right? I'm sorry, I'm like totally playing up the crush. I've like fully committed to shipping these two. Have you been in Germany all this time? That's right. Extending my perfect win record, naturally. Oh, joy. Sounds like she hasn't changed a bit. Has it really been a year since we first met?
I am Franziska von Karma, the prodigy.
I see.
I gave up a promising career in Germany and came to this country for one sole reason. Revenge.
Franziska was born and raised in Germany and became a prosecutor at the age of 13. Her father was the legendary prosecutor Manfred von Karma. He had a perfect win record for 40 long years. But now, he's gone from this world. Don't tell me you still hold a grudge against me because of what happened to your father.
Phoenix Wright, you will fall before me. This I promise. You'll kneel before me. By the time I'm done with you, Phoenix Wright, you'll be on your knees. I promise. But it will be for my sake, not my father's. Are we clear?
Yes, Crystal.
In truth, I was shocked. I came back to America with the intention of defeating you. Instead, it was my little brother who was leading the defense.
Edgeworth. Come to think of it, Edgeworth was pulled into being a prosecutor by Manfred von Karma as well.
Miles Edgeworth told me something very interesting, you know. He said this case has a special significance to you.
Because it does.
And that's precisely why I'm here. Your personal involvement will make crushing you into teensy-weensy bits all the better.
It's probably the fever, but she's so openly hostile that it's almost kind of cute.
Ow! No smirking! No whipping the sick! That foolish fool. Doing such a foolish favor for such a foolishly foolish fool.
Edgeworth.
Make no mistake, Phoenix. Mr. Phoenix Wright. Make no mistake, Phoenix Wright. I came here for one thing, and one thing only. To pulverize you.
It's not like I thought you were here to bring me some Cold Killer X, you know.
I went over the whole case file on the flight over.
You read the whole thing?
Yes. Every last word of every sentence of every last paragraph. All the ridiculous things you did made very interesting reading, you know.
Let me try that again.
All the ridiculous things you did made it a very interesting read, you know. Attempting to cross a burning bridge? Did you even consider the dangers?
No. The only thought in my mind was, I have to get across.
A fool who doesn't think is more foolish than a fool who foolishly thinks.
Gumshoe said he'd let me know once the bridge was repaired. Oh, Maya. She's gotta be okay. I just know it. Plus, I need to ask her about what really happened at the Inner Temple that night.
I love these two. Let's show off some stuff. I wanted to ask you, I refuse to help you, Phoenix Wright.
Yeah, I should have known better than to try.
How does that go? About this, how? I refuse to help you, Phoenix Wright.
Yeah, should have known better than to try.
Cool. I love the sight of pathetic men on their knees. And you'll be one of them someday, Phoenix Wright. I just imagine her at home being like, someday I'll defeat him. Someday I'll have him down on his knees begging for forgiveness. Someday when we're married, when I crush him in court. Why did that come to mind? You know, we're never gonna marry. Someday when he's cooking me breakfast, when I'm sick in bed, No, when I'm fighting him in court and I'm crushing his defense and he's putting a ring on my finger and no, when we look at the evidence and I refute every single little stupid, foolish claim he makes, and when he looks at me with those eyes when I'm sick and when he takes care of me and brushes my hair out of my eyes and holds my hair when I'm eating my ramen, or no, when we're in trial, It sounds like one of my AO3 fan fictions. With those foolishly foolish, big, beautiful eyes, and that foolish, piercing stare, and the way he checks up on me and is worried about me and asks me how I'm doing, and brings me lunch when I'm working at the prosecutor's office, even though we're about to go to trial and I'm about to crush him in court, and he knows that in a context of working as a defense attorney versus a prosecutor, that he's my enemy and we should be fighting each other ruthlessly. He still comes and checks up on me and makes sure that I ate lunch, and he drives me home at the end of the day, and then, even though I'm too mad to talk about it, and we just bicker the entire ride home because I can't look at him because he crushed me again, he still wants to make sure I'm all right and make sure that I'm doing well. I just imagine like everything changed for her when she was in the hospital after she got shot and he checked up on her. I love the fact that he's like, and she's like, what are you doing here? Why are you holding flowers? And he's like, nothing. I gotta go. Like, he literally shows up to the hospital with flowers and then he's too afraid to give them to her. Look, listen, I am not denying the multitude of Phoenix Edgeworth ships out there. I think it's adorable, but I also love the two of them. I love the two of them so much. Almost sounds like Helga's thought process. Foolishly foolish football head. He's so stupid and ugly and beautiful and kind and thoughtful and stupid. That's literally what I imagine her thought process being. I should have known better than to try. How many of these are we gonna get? Surely she'll talk about something, right? I'm just gonna go down the list. I don't think she's gonna actually talk about anything. Nothing at all, not even this. Yeah, nope, she's not gonna help us. I think we're done here. Can I present Edgeworth? No, she won't even talk about him. All right, goodbye, Franziska. I love you. February 9th, Hazakura Temple, Main Hall. Sister Bikini? Doing meditation? Maybe? Let's try it. Oh, it's a sigh? Let me try that again. Wow, that sounded all kinds of wrong. Don't clip that, chat. Oh, that was one long sigh. Sister Bikini? My, I didn't know you were here. What are you doing? You don't have to pretend to be in a good mood for my sake. I suppose I've made a terrible mess of things, haven't I? I let Mystic Elise die. And then there's Iris as well.
Mystic Elise. Huh, now that I think about it. Yeah, isn't Elise Donim a children's book author? Mystic Elise. There's an acolyte stuck at the inner temple. And that poor little girl has gone missing too. That little girl? You don't mean Pearls, do you?
Yes, I'm afraid I do. She hasn't been seen since the morning after the incident.
Pearls? She's missing? Why didn't anyone tell me about this?
I must be getting old. I think I've seriously lost faith in myself.
Are you talking about your performance at the trial today?
You believe me, don't you? I'm not a liar. I would never lie. I know what I saw. I saw Iris pull that sword from Mystic Elise's body that night. I'm certain of it. At least, I was until this morning.
I don't see any Cyclops, so she must be telling the truth. So why are you so unsure of yourself all of a sudden?
You know that artist who testified after me? I saw Iris flying, her white hood fluttering. I felt like I might start flying myself. When I saw that man testify so fervently about something so impossible, I started to wonder if I'd acted just like him when I was on the witness stand.
I wouldn't take that guy too seriously. He's an artist, but all he draws is trouble and nothing else. If both Bikini and Larry are telling the truth, it can only mean one thing. They both didn't see what they thought they saw. On the night of the incident, you met Iris at the Inner Temple, is that correct?
That's right. I mean, I'm sure it was Iris.
Iris claimed she was in her room at Hazakura Temple.
Here's what's so, you know what? So, okay. Can I just share something? I don't want to like go too deep into theories because I don't want to spoil anything by accident, but like, you know what I keep thinking about? Iris has stun-locked Phoenix, right? Because she looks just like his ex-girlfriend, the serial killer Dahlia Hawthorne, but swears she isn't, even though she has some big secret she's not willing to talk about, and she has 5 fucking Cyclops, so there's clearly something we don't know that she's not confessing to. And Dahlia Hawthorne is supposedly dead or in prison. Iris swears she was in her room all night. Sister Bikini swears Iris showed up at the temple across the bridge. We first met Iris, I think, right here at the temple. We met Dahlia a few cases ago. Can both of those things be true, is I guess what I'm wondering? Sister Bikini swears that Iris came and was like, I'll take over. Iris is like, I never left my bedroom. So either I'll take over and then she came back to the temple, or there's 2 Irises. Is it possible that there's 2 Irises? But Iris claims that she was in her room in the Hazakura Temple. I knew I shouldn't have come back here that night. But because you did, Maya's stuck all by herself at the Inner Temple. I'm so sorry. The drafts in that place are nothing to shake a stick at. Winter's especially bad. I'll bet. The training hall looks like it's about to fall down any second. Eagle Mountain has always been prone to earthquakes, just so you know. Yeah, earthquakes. Yes, I wouldn't be surprised if the next big one levels the training hall. You've got to get Maya out of there and fast. But still, there's really no need to worry.
That area on the other side of Dusky Bridge is isolated like an island. It's like an island? How so? Well, the only thing on that side of the bridge is the inner temple. No one lives out there, and it's surrounded on all sides by the river or the forest. I see. So a criminal would be trapped should they choose to flee in that direction. And as long as the bridge is out of commission, he or she will have to stay there. That means Maya could be stuck out there with the murderer and with no way to escape either! Oh dear, yes, I suppose it does! Oh, please, Gumshoe, get that bridge up faster! I'm curious about a few things, if you don't mind answering some questions. Oh, well, do you need to know my measurements for your investigation or something? No! I want to know a little more about the victim, Ms. Elise Donim. I'm afraid I don't know her waist size. Or her bust size, for that matter. No, I'm not. Oh, fuck me. I'm not wondering. I'm wondering. Why did she come to stay at a place like this to begin with? I mean, she told us herself that she wasn't here for spiritual training. My. You make it sound like this place is some sort of dump, Mr. Wright. Mystic Elise was here to soak up the natural beauty of Eagle Mountain, if you must know. There. You did it again. Sister Bikini, I noticed you always refer to Ms. Donim as Mystic Elise. Oh! Yeah. Why is that? After all, she's not here as an acolyte. Well, we address all of our visitors as mystic. It makes their experience feel authentic. And anyway, she's older than me. You must respect your elders, you know. How do you know that? How can you say for sure that she's older than you? Oh my God! Oh, fuck's sake. All right. Hey, Catcher. Huh. Seems like Elise Donim was no ordinary visitor after all. And then there's Pearls. She was with Ms. Donim on the evening of the murder. It's all gotta be connected somehow. Why did Pearls have to get mixed up in all this mess? Please, Mr. Wright, I know you're worried, but please try to keep it together. Oh, man. My head is throbbing so bad. It's killing me. Pearls. She was with Ms. Donim on the night of the murder, remember? Yes, but I have a temple to run, you know. I was busy preparing for the training. I didn't see the little darling even once after we finished eating dinner. The murder. It didn't take place right in front of her innocent eyes, did it? According to the detective, she hasn't turned up at her home either. Oh, come on, keep calm. There's one place left where Pearls could be. She just has to be there. Come on, Gumshoe. Tell me you'll be done with the repair soon. Can we present anything? This crystal sphere. It's not from a demon warding hood, but I would guess it serves a similar purpose. If it's not from a hood, then I guess it really is from Ms. Dunim's staff. Look at the blood on it. Oh, poor Mystic Elise. Honestly, it's like the end of the world. It's not a good thing, that's for sure. To think people have the gall to call this kind of scribbling, oh, that's her. To think people have the gall to call this kind of scribbling by the name of art. Huh? If that's the sort of standard you need for the arts these days, I could be a pop diva. Sure. But what about the contents of the picture? What do you make of it? It's definitely the end of the world. Okay. There's sure a lot of people trapped with a murderer, huh? About this photograph. Oh, yes. Those are our those are our snowmobiles tracks, all right. I mean, I'd know them anywhere. But there's only one set, which, oh, that's him. There's only one set, which means the rider went out while it was still snowing and came back after it stopped. It's really the only logical explanation, I suppose. That might be it. I'm 90% sure everything else we've asked her about. I mean, like, I think Phoenix asked, not... Or Edgeworth asked, not Phoenix, but still. Maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me. I mean, Iris could never do such a wicked thing. But they proved it in court today, didn't they? That this sword wasn't the murder weapon. That's what they were saying, yes. The problem is, I saw it too. I'm sure that what I saw was this blade stabbed into Ms. Dunham's body. Oh, it's Mystic Elise's staff. Huh, the crystal sphere really is missing from it. But the sphere was found near Dusky Bridge, right? Yes, even though I'm sure Mystic Elise was in Hazakura Temple that entire evening. Huh? Oh, well. Look what you found. That's the master of the Kurain channeling technique. Mystic Misty Fae. So this woman is Maya's mother, huh? It's been nearly 20 years since Mystic Misty disappeared. Apparently she intended to pass the torch on to her daughter. Her daughter? Do you know who her daughter is? Do you know who her daughter is? Well, I myself am part of a branch family of the Fae clan, but even I'm not privy to that kind of information where it concerns the main family. Huh. Bikini doesn't seem to know Maya's standing within the Fae family. Okay, I think there's nothing else I can really ask her about, so let's go out to the courtyard. Ace Attorney is kind of like one part mystery, one part hidden object, one part telltale. It's a fun little story game. It's good. Puzzle solving. February 9th, Hazakura Temple, courtyard. This is where Sister Bikini witnessed the incident. It's hard to imagine she was lying on the strand. On the strand? It's hard to imagine she was lying on the stand, so maybe there are some clues that have yet to be found. I don't think so. The Shichishito. It's there in Mystic Ami's right hand. But it was proven in court today that it wasn't the murder weapon. Given the design, it must have been used for some pretty gruesome things in the past. Ms. Dunham's staff. I definitely remember there being a crystal sphere attached to the staff. I guess Larry eventually found the sphere near the foot of Dusky Bridge, but what was it doing all the way out there? There are a few of these stone lanterns scattered around the courtyard. Without the city glare to compete with, I imagine they would seem a lot brighter. I guess Sister Bikini must light them now since Iris can't be here. Okay. They get quite a bit of snow up here on Eagle Mountain. Around here, skis aren't just for fun, they're tools for getting around. But the sled, now, that's gotta be for Bikini's own personal entertainment, right? The main gate's on the other side of that stone wall. The difference in elevation is almost 10 feet. That's how steep the hillside is. And it's also the height that the body fell from, according to the autopsy. Is it possible that Ms. Donim was pushed from the top of the wall? That building up there is the main hall. It was where they were staying. It was where we were staying. It sits kind of funny because it was built on a very steep slope. If you enter from the main gate side, those rooms above me are on the ground floor. Apparently, Ms. Donim was staying in the corner room. I guess that's where she was pushed from that night. Huh. I don't know that there's anything else here. Hey! What was that jarring, inconsiderately loud yell? Oh, so this is where you've been. Keeping nice and warm, I see. Detective, have you finished the bridge repair? The bridge! Yeah, I did. I told you I'd let you know. Well, and I'll come along with you and... Sorry, ma'am. No unauthorized entry. Access is restricted to people involved in the case. What was that? I'm involved, aren't I? You couldn't get much more involved than me. Well, yeah, but that's not what I... Ow! It's been a while, Scruffy. It's... Miss Von Karma. Sister, please, leave the investigation to me. My, you certainly seem to have everything under control. I'm on your side. I won't do anything that you don't want me to. As you work to pin the guilt on Iris. What are you daydreaming about, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Ow! That hurts, you know. Silence! I, Franziska von Karma, will personally guide you through your investigation. So you will follow me. She is not seriously gonna follow me around, is she? I love them. All right, here we go. Wrong way. I think that we're actually investigating with Franziska. We're actually investigating with Franziska right now. I kind of imagine she like begrudgingly was like, you will follow me, Mr. Phoenix Wright. I'm still your enemy, but I'll walk you through the investigation just this once. And then she takes his hand, and then she turns beet red. And he's like, Franziska. And he's like, and she goes, just come with me. Completely flushed, red-faced. Here we go. February 9th, Inner Temple Gate. It's not like I like you or anything, Baka. Mr. Phoenix Wright. Things have certainly become a lot more hectic than before. They must have commenced the investigation. Sorry, let me try that again. They must have been... Can I read? Things have certainly gotten a lot more hectic than before. They must have commenced with the investigation. Whomst? Is it Pearl? Mr. Nick. That's got to be Pearl, right? They must have... I don't know why I'm struggling with that. They must have commenced with the investigation. That is a hard sentence for me tonight. They must have commenced with the investigation. Oh, Mr. Nick! That voice. Pearls!
Mr. Nick! Mr. Nick!
So you were here. Ever since that night.
I was so lonely. I thought I was gonna die. When I woke up in the morning and saw that Dusky Bridge was gone, I realized I was all alone.
She was all alone.
It must have been very trying for you, little girl. I'm Franziska von Karma, prodigy. There's no need to worry now that I'm here. You're the prosecutor that was so mean to Mystic Maya last year. Well, I don't like you. You're nothing but a little girl without your whip. Well, Mystic Maya didn't do anything wrong, but you were so mean. I'll never forgive you.
Looks like Pearl's words are getting under her skin.
Ow! Why are you whipping me? I didn't even say anything. You didn't have to. That smile on your lips gave you away.
Anyway, Pearls? Weren't you with Maya? Thanks, doppelganger.
I'm sorry. It's all my fault.
Huh? What are you talking about, Pearls?
Mystic Maya!
Hey, wait! Pearls! Oh, she just ran off.
Ow! That was cruel, Phoenix Wright. To make a little girl cry like that is inexcusable.
What was that all about? Pearl's acting like that. It's giving me the creeps. I guess I'd better take another look around since I finally got the chance. Especially since something about this place seems different from 2 days ago. Look at all the Buddha statues lined up along the path.
Phoenix Wright, do you think this is how many siblings the head nun has? Oh, she's just being cool. Phoenix Wright, do you think this is how many siblings the head nun has?
Why don't you ask her the next time you see her?
You know what? I think I will. I love this. I love this. I love that. I love the idea that she's now being like begrudgingly kind. She's like, when she gets cornered, she lashes out, but she's sort of tiptoeing around flirting with him, and he doesn't see it anymore. He had a crush on her when she was in the hospital. He brought her flowers. She shamed him for having flowers. He ran away. Now he's decided we've seesawed. Now he's decided she obviously doesn't like me. Like, I thought she was a little cute, but she obviously doesn't like me. I mean, look what she said to me at the hospital. And now she's tiptoeing around flirting with him and he's oblivious. This is my headcanon, by the way. You know what? I think I will.
And she'll probably slap you for prying into her private affairs. You can see Dusky Bridge from here. It's an unusually long bridge, isn't it?
I would say it's about 20 yards.
I guess the gorge is too wide to cross with a piece of rope or wire, huh?
The only thing that's gorge here is you, Mr. Phoenix. Hi. Therefore, no one has crossed the gorge in either direction since the night of the murder. A simple yet sound deduction, wouldn't you say, Phoenix Wright? Oh, Phoenix Wright.
What?
Would you stop calling me by my full name like that? Was this once a prosperous port?
What?
Yes, that metal hook is a mooring post for boats, you know.
Oh, it's an anchor for one of the wires that used to hold the bridge up. I think the wire that was tied to this was probably snapped when the bridge burned down. I mean, there's no way that there was ever a port all the way up here, right? Unless they've got airships.
Don't get smart with me, Mr. Phoenix Wright. I didn't say anything.
Take a quick sip of water. Thank you for the hydrate. And finally, the thing I know is wrong. There's one thing I already know is wrong. The last time we were here, this furnace was snowed over and it was closed. Do a stretch? Okay, fine. Oh, god damn. Hang on. I'm gonna do a full body stretch. One sec. Oh, baby, you can hear my back crack. Ooh, baby. That feels good. Ooh, and then all the way down. Thank you. So, and now finally to the one thing I know is wrong. The furnace, if I remember correctly, was closed before the fire and was covered in snow. So this thing's been used. There's a weird smell coming from that incinerator. The door is also open. Almost like it's begging for me to look inside. Well, let's see what stunning clue is concealed in here, shall we? Huh? It's empty. How naive of you. Excuse me. How naive of you, Phoenix Wright. But it's a bit strange, don't you think? Franziska von Karma. I seem to remember. There was snow on this incinerator the first time I saw it. In other words, someone's been using it to burn something recently. I mean, okay, to be fair, it was a blizzard. Lightning struck the bridge. The people here were stranded. I'm gonna shove an Oreo in my mouth while we talk about this. Which means it's kind of not actually that, I'm sure it'll be critical, but it's not actually that far-fetched that, like, stranded on this mountain during a blizzard, that they would use the furnace, figure out some way to light it and create some warmth for themselves. Like, that doesn't sound crazy, does it? I feel like it could have asked Pearls that, except she ran away. Cookie break. Home. Go. Oreo Thins are the perfect consistency. I love them so much more than the OGs. I'm gonna have one more. I love them so much more than the OGs. They're like the perfect size. It's like the perfect amount of cookie, the perfect amount of cream. Fucking love these things. You know what else I love about them? Give Oreo! Here. Open wide, chat. Open wide. Now chew. Chew. Good chat. You know what else I love about these? Is they're thin enough that you can hold them in your mouth and they'll get soft really quick and dissolve, which I just think is amazing. Like, I don't chew them for the most part. I kind of just like suck on them for a second and then they get soft and they dissolve and it's delicious. All right. Don't. In other words, someone's been using it to burn something recently.
Listen, Phoenix Wright. It's impertinent to call people by their full name. I was only copying you. What? Hold on. How naive of you, Phoenix Wright. But don't you think that it's a bit strange, Franziska von Karma? And then she has the nerve to say, I love that. Listen, Phoenix Wright. It's impertinent to call people by their full name. Huh? I was only copying you. Huh, this must be the door that leads to the inner temple, where Maya Fey was training on the night of the murder. Yeah, there's a solitary room in there called the training hall. You could do with some training yourself, Phoenix Wright. Huh? Ow! You're completely out of shape.
I don't know how much more of this woman I can take.
She likes him.
The sign says inner temple.
I don't know how you're reading it, but it's incomprehensible to me.
Actually, I can't read it either.
Feigning comprehension isn't a very good habit to have, Phoenix Wright.
She looks really happy to have finally caught me on something. There's a little gate that leads into the garden. It says no entry on the sign, though.
Oh, come now, Phoenix Wright. What are you doing? Let's go in. It's half open anyway. What harm could come of it?
But it says no entry.
Don't you Americans enjoy doing whatever you like and then simply say, whatever?
That's got nothing to do with anything. And who told you that?
These two are so fucking cute. I will die on this hill. These two are fucking adorable.
Let's go into the training hall.
What?
What the fuck? February 9th, Inner Temple Training Hall.
What's wrong? Why are you so quiet? Why are you so quiet?
Maya, she was supposed to be in here training.
Yet it appears she's nowhere to be seen.
What is that? That strange lock. It wasn't there 2 days ago. This whole room is really giving off some strange vibes. What is happening here? It's an antique dresser.
Don't you dare open it, Phoenix Wright.
Now I know how Maya feels when I tell her not to touch things.
Huh. What a pity. It's full of nothing but old clothes for the acolytes.
I thought we weren't opening it.
I'm from the prosecutor's office. I can do anything.
Yeah, you can do anything, all right. Except stand up to a 9-year-old girl. Look at those wafer-thin mattresses.
I'm sorry, Phoenix Wright. Wafer thin?
Yeah, you know, thin, like a wafer. In other words, uncomfortable. That's how we describe things like these mattresses.
I guess you must say wafer thick or something in Germany. Not about these mattresses, certainly not. What is the deal with the mattresses? What is going on with the painting? And what is it covered in? What do you think of this yellow poster, Phoenix Wright?
It's a scroll, not a poster. It's a picture of a woman who's actually...
A woman? I don't see any woman here.
There's a different atmosphere in this room since the last time I was here. No, it's not a different atmosphere, it's a different smell. It's gravy. What's the matter? This scroll, it's been completely covered in gravy. Oh, yes. There's a very appetizing smell in the air. But gravy is a type of sauce. But gravy is a type of sauce. So when you run out of paint, you Americans use gravy as a substitute, I see. No one does that. For starters, it stinks. This must be the gravy that we had with the roast on the night of the incident? But why would anyone do this? And why this scroll? Hanging scroll has been obscured by gravy. Doppelganger, Zaus, thank you so much for gifting a sub to VTuber Feed Connoisseur. But why? Why VTuber Feed Connoisseur? Tell me more. Is that someone watching my channel, or did you just gift a sub to VTuber Feed Connoisseur? Don't you give me that look. I see you. I see you. This door. When I was here 2 days ago, that weird lock wasn't on it. Those chains. It's almost like they're guarding something inside that cavern. Never seen a lock quite like this before. I have. I've seen locks and chains just like this before. They look just like the ones that guard a person's secrets during a psych lock. I wonder if this lock is guarding something too. Dark secrets in a dark cavern. Who is this? I think I know who this is. Is this Gatto? What took you so long? I thought even you'd manage to get here faster than this, Mr. Trite. Why is Gatto here? Where the fuck has he been? I'm gonna let y'all marinate on that for a second because I need to pee. So I'll be right back. I'm gonna hit the ad button because we've got an ad coming up anyway, so I'll see you in just a few minutes.
back. Shall we continue? Hey, Astro.
Took you long enough. I thought even you'd manage to get here faster than this, Mr. Trite.
Prosecutor Gatto. I didn't know you were here. Prosecutor? How come you didn't show up at the trial today?
Ha! I could ask you the exact same question.
Look at that grin. Look at that grin, that little slanted grin. Thank you for the bets unknown.
Well, Mr. Trite, you've taken so long on all my specialty.
Wait, what? Let me try this again.
Well, Mr. Trite, you've taken so long that all my specialty blend has gone cold. And it's not even good for a cold brew at this point.
Excellent.
Ha! I could ask you the same question.
Huh? But I had a cold, so...
I had something slightly more important than a common cold to deal with. The importance of which is hold on. I had something more important than a common cold to deal with. The importance of which is something you have no hope of ever understanding.
Enough. I believe I have the measure of you. You're the very worst kind of prosecutor. What could be more important than the trial?
Who's the wild mare, Trite?
This is Ms. Von Karma. She was your acting prosecutor in your absence today.
Ha! Well, I guess I owe you one then. But you can go now, Princess. It's time for the big boys to take the reins.
Just who do you think you are? This case is my...
Hey, Philly, know your role and shut your mouth. I can't stand women like you. I'm only gonna say this once, Lady Von Wippenberg. Go home.
Lady Von Wippenberg? Phoenix Wright! What are you hitting me for?
Ha! You deserve more cracks of the whip than that, Trite.
What?
You still don't get it, do you? You don't realize that you've set something in motion that you'll never be able to undo.
There's something different about Gatto today. I'm getting such a strong sense of something from behind that mask. Is it anger or is it sorrow? Why the drifter voice? Why not? I don't know. Ever since I've started playing these games, which I think was after I started playing Destiny, I have always just heard the drifter with this character. I don't know why. It's just whose voice I hear. It's gotta be that slanted smile. That little like crooked grin of his. You had some important business, and that's why you weren't in court, huh? So what was it?
I've told you once before, but perhaps you don't remember. I've returned from the depths of hell to do battle with you. You see, Trite? I've experienced something most have not. Death.
You died?
Of course, being extradited from hell is a tedious affair. The meticulous regeneration and adjustment of all your internal organs is, well, let's just say modern medicine allows us all to live to a ripe old age. Even someone like me.
So, you mean that mask you wear is...
This ugly device?
I promise it's not a fashion statement, my unenlightened friend. Without this, I can't see your frequently dumbfounded face. I didn't know. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. Still, I keep this worn-out piece of junk of a body going with regular servicing.
I'm sorry, but you say you experienced death. How is that possible? What happened?
Why don't you ask him?
Me?
Yeah, trite. You. You should know all about it. You know when my life ended. And who ended it for me.
Well, Mr. Phoenix Wright, do you?
I don't know what he's talking about.
Although, to be honest, I do feel a little tug at the corner of my memory. I think I do know about how Gato was killed.
It'll all become clear in due time. Isn't that right? Trite.
Hey, Moldy Lame and me having arrived home and seeing a ping somewhere in general chat in the Discord. Where ping? Earlier, you said you've done something you can never undo? What did you mean by that exactly?
The inner temple here. On this side of Dusky Bridge is an isolated island.
That's what Sister Bikini said too.
And I wonder, Trite, do you know what the police are doing here today?
What do you mean?
They're searching. Searching for any trace of an acolyte who went missing.
Missing?
As leader of the search party, I can tell you that this... Hello! As leader of the search party, I can tell you this with absolute certainty. Maya Fey is not on this side of Dusky Bridge.
Huh? But that's impossible. She came here last night and...
I won't say it again. The chances of her being here are nil. Excluding, of course, one very unique place.
One? Where is that?
The Sacred Cavern. The entrance of which we are standing at right now. This is the only place that the search party has yet to explore.
So they haven't searched the cavern yet, huh?
Be aware, though, that the temperature inside frequently falls before? Be aware, though, that the temperature inside frequently falls below freezing. Even if she were in there, the chances of her being found alive are slim at best.
No.
Which means, Trey, that you sent Maya Fey to her death.
You fool! If that's the situation, then why are you in here with a search... Why aren't you in here with a search party right now? Let me try that again. You fool! If that's the situation, why aren't you in here with a search party right now?
You must have blinders on, my equestrian angel. Don't you see the big lock and chains? It's a trick lock. I'm making preparations to open it as we speak. Well, Trite, once again, a woman dies because of you.
Let me try that line one more time.
Well, Trite, once again, a woman dies because of you.
Once again? What are you talking about?
Don't tell me you've forgotten. It was only 2 years ago, after all. When the last unfortunate woman died because of you.
Because of me?
And do you know who that was? That was Maya Faye's sister. That's right, Mia Faye.
Mia?
You killed her.
No, that's not how it was.
It was 2 years ago. Mia Faye was perusing someone.
Perusing?
Mia Faye was pursuing someone. A man. But she bit off more than she could chew. She made a very dangerous enemy.
It's one case I'll never forget. But I got that guy. Personally.
Sure, Ms. Faye's murderer was caught. But that won't bring her back!
Well, no, but
You were with her at the time. You and no one else. It was your responsibility. You should have protected her! You say Mia Faye was your teacher? Well, then I say you learned nothing, trite. You robbed her of her life. And now, you've let her sister suffer the same fate.
I haven't sentenced Maya to death. No. Have I think he said haven't I, but I think it works better as have I. Have I sentenced Maya to death? No. What is this peculiar lock anyway? What is this peculiar looking? What is this peculiar? I imagine she kind of butts in awkwardly. What is this peculiar looking lock anyway? Why don't we just break it open? It would be a simple matter of...
I'm afraid I can't do that. This area's always been prone to earthquakes. The repeated tremors have weakened the foundations of the training hall. Any excessive force used to break the lock open would... Let's just say that the inner temple and the sacred cavern would be a thing of the past.
Very well, then dare I suggest the obvious solution of opening it with a key?
Sure. Show me where on the keyhole. Sorry. Sure. Show me where the keyhole is on this lock.
You know... Well, I think that he's implying that even bolt cutters could start an earthquake. Thank you for the bits unknown. So I imagine you don't know much about bolt cutters? Do you, Mr. Gatto? Whatever your last name is? Even I know that. Fine, so I guess you don't know about bolt cutters. Well then can I suggest the very simple solution of picking the lock? Of finding a key and opening the lock?
Ha! Sure. Just show me where the keyhole is on this trick lock. There's no keyhole. That's right. An interesting puzzle, huh? The person who set this lock is the only one who can open it.
Well, then who was it?
Simple. The accused.
What?
Iris? When an acolyte undergoes training inside the sacred temple, inside the sacred cavern, the attending sister's responsible for locking the entrance. Obviously, the night of the murder was no exception. Maya Fey was to train in there. Sister Bikini did mention it was a number. It was? Sister Bikini did mention it a number of times now that I think about it. She said that Iris was left in charge of supervising the early stages of the training. So Iris, the accused, is the only one who can open this lock. I've arranged for her to be brought here now. Iris is the only person who can open this lock.
Wex dancing, Wex dancing.
Hope she gets here soon. Hang on there, Maya. We'll get you out.
Hey, Werex, thank you so much for the 13 months.
So, I should be getting back to work. Wait! Gato. How sure about Maya are you? There's no doubt in my mind. She's in the sacred cavern somewhere. It's the only place she could be. You'd better start praying. You'd better pray that that friend of yours brings the accused back here soon. Edgeworth. Listen up, Trite. There's only one thing I want to say to you before I go. I'll never accept you. Never.
Well, you should choose your friends more carefully, Phoenix Wright.
That's what everyone says. Looks like I don't have much of a choice. I guess I'll just have to do what I can for now.
What can we do but keep looking around? Cult. Cult? 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 Call me. Cultist. I was going to say cultist for some reason. Astro, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, thank you. I'll tell you what. Remind me. We'll do Blood Moon tomorrow. All right? That's very kind of you. I appreciate your generosity. Thank you so much for supporting me. You kick ass. I hope you're having a good night. Who is this? Who is this? Who is this? Is this Gumshoe?
I don't know. Should I or shouldn't I?
Sounds like someone's talking to himself, but where's that coming from?
Yeah, I guess I better wash that off. That's what I'll do. No, but I can't do that. I'm a detective. My brain. This is driving me nuts. Ow!
Is something troubling you, Scruffy?
Please, don't whip me like that all of a sudden, sir.
I just imagine the two of them, fucking Franziska and Nick, dating. And Franziska is absolutely the girlfriend that would be like, "Excuse me, Mr. Waiter, my boyfriend said no pickles." Whip, 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 whip. "You foolish fool who foolishly put foolish pickles on my boyfriend's foolish burger. On my foolish boyfriend's foolishly fool burger. Now take them back at this instant." Thanks, Franziska. You always know to look out for me. Really? Really, Zuzu. I mean, really, Phoenix. You ought to learn to stand up for yourself. I mean, I'm not always gonna be here. Lord knows what happens when you're alone. You really could do with a little more training in the art of I don't know what I was gonna say. You really could do with a little more confidence.
Oh, please, don't whip me like that all of a sudden, sir.
It was merely a simple greeting. A friendly tap on the shoulder. With my whip.
So what's up, Gumshoe? Something on your mind? Hey, how did you know, pal?
Perhaps you were trying to decide if you wanted to wash that off or not?
How did you know, sir? Oh, yeah, I nearly forgot. You can't go through that little gate there, okay? You mean the one that says no entry on it? I kinda already snuck in there.
Is he trying to be clever or something? So what's behind there, Scruffy?
A kind of, a garden, like garden.
Hold on one second. One second.
A kind of garden like garden. A garden? Yeah, anyway, it's under investigation now, so keep out.
Hold on a second. I'm just double checking my my start time tomorrow for these scrimmages for this tournament. I'm so worried now. Okay, it is at noon. Okay, cool.
It's a kind of garden like garden. Well, anyway, it's under investigation right now, so keep out. I'm not telling you. I'm asking you, pal. You got me?
Isn't it normally the other way around?
Well, see you later.
So, shall we adjourn to this garden, Phoenix, right?
Of course.
What else would we do? I really want to know what Gumshoe is thinking of washing off. A garden. Oh no. February 9th, Inner Temple Garden. There's a strange feeling in the air. I wonder what it is.
Strange feeling. Forget about that. What is that strange writing on the stone lantern? Ah! What are you doing in here, sir? I thought I said you can't come in here.
Don't you know, Scruffy? Von Karma will always show up wherever there's a clue. And there are plenty of clues to be found here.
But...
What do you want, dude? How's the Inner Temple investigation going?
We have the best forensic team in the world working on this place.
Forensic team? And what was the outcome of the scientific study?
Nothing. Scientifically speaking, the place is as clean as a whistle.
That's simply not good enough, Scruffy. Do you think I'll let you get away with that?
Uh-oh. Well, there were a couple of things that bothered me when I first got here, sir.
That stone lantern? And the surrounding area that's not covered in snow, correct?
They look kind of fishy to me, you know, scientifically speaking. So I got the lab boys out to look them over. The results were, it's kind of hard to say, actually. Guess I'd better look into them myself.
About Maya.
Oh, did Mr. Gatto tell you that?
Tell you that?
Did Mr. Gatto tell you yet?
Yeah, we heard.
He's got a search party out looking for her. There's nowhere else she could have disappeared to on this side of Dusky Bridge. All we can do is wait for Mr. Edgeworth to get here, pal.
Edgeworth?
He's escorting Iris, the defendant, over here.
We'll have to wait, since she's the only one who can open the door to the sacred cavern.
Oh, I think Mr. Edgeworth wants to talk to you about something too, pal.
Huh. I wonder what that is.
Hey, just don't be expecting any good news when you talk to him. When I spoke to him, Mr. Edgeworth sounded so down it felt like I was drowning.
Sounds pleasant. I'm gonna take a quick sip of water. Oh yeah. We're hitting the threshold. We're gonna make it though. We're gonna make it though. I'm definitely gonna be on vocal rest tomorrow though. It's worth it. I'm having fun. All right. So we've got a couple of things I want to look at. We've got the writing, which I mean, you see it, right? Misfits, you see it, right? You know what this is, right? If not, let me make it a little easier for you. Look at it now. Yeah. It wasn't really that hidden, but if you missed it, that's what we're looking at. Why upside down, though? That's what I want to know. Why upside down? What the heck is that?
Uh-oh. You spotted it, huh, pal?
Are you kidding me? It couldn't be more obvious. It says, Maya.
Yeah, and before you ask, it's written in blood.
You will answer all of our questions now, Scruffy, without exception.
Yes, sir.
This is odd. There's no snow on the ground here. And it's almost perfect. It's an almost perfect rectangle. It couldn't have happened naturally. Yes, it appears as though someone has carefully cleared away the snow. Hello, voice crack. Yes, it appears as though someone carefully cleared away the snow. No doubt it was you, wasn't it, Scruffy?
No, it wasn't me, sir. It was already like that when my men and I got here to start investigation.
If it wasn't the police, then who did it?
Oh, yeah. There's something I need to tell you. Just between the three of us, okay?
What is it?
It's top secret. You can't tell anyone, got it?
Understood.
Well, when I was a kid, I got knocked out of the local wrestling contest, you see? I was so disappointed, I just picked up my mouth guard and cried all the way home. Man, I got in so much trouble when I left it on the couch.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's it. Ow!
Whoever cleared the snow away must have had a reason. I can't even begin to imagine what that reason could be. I have one idea. But I'm gonna keep it to myself for now. I have one idea. A little lantern. A little statue. It certainly is a quaint little garden. Oh! What is this huge bowl here for?
Oh, I know this one. It's a water bowl, isn't it?
Everything else is completely frozen over. The ice in this bowl has been broken.
It's true. I wonder if this has any impact on the case. Well, I was, I doused my face earlier with the water in this. I was getting kind of sleepy.
Ow! Next time you're sleepy, you need only come to me, got it?
There are a couple of torches here. I guess you need all the light you can get up here in the mountains. Yeah, I was looking at those things, pal. It looks like they've been lit pretty recently.
Recently? How recent are we talking about?
As recently as the night of the murder. I was training here the night of the murder. It's not unreasonable to think that these things were lit up at the time, I guess. It's a big bamboo forest. What is this?
There's a charm or something poking out from the snow. It looks pretty old. There's a leather cord on it, too.
Apparently it belonged to the victim.
To Ms. Elise Donim.
Yeah, there was a broken leather cord around the lady's neck. The ends of the cords found on both the victim and on this charm match exactly. Sounds to me like this little trinket is gonna be my ticket to getting some very big answers.
Okay. I think that's all we can do here. Huh. Can I present any of this to you?
This was found close to Dusky Bridge, wasn't it? That's what the artist guy said, yeah. Right after the defendant flew over the burning bridge. According to his testimony, she dropped it when she landed on the other side.
This crystal didn't belong to Iris. The crystal had dropped out of Ms. Elise Donim's staff.
And there are traces of blood on it, too.
The real question is, what was it doing near the foot of Dusky Bridge?
It was like a circus today in court. All thanks to this little sketch.
At the risk of repeating myself, you really ought to choose your friends more carefully, Phoenix Wright. Okay, I know Larry's a bit out there, but he genuinely wants to help Iris, I'm sure of that. He wouldn't have produced this for no good reason. You are nothing more than a marshmallow on the inside. A marshmallow I just want to gobble up. The both of you, because I hate you. Yes. And nothing else, Phoenix Wright.
That thing must have been worn by the victim. There's no other way of looking at it.
You mean because of the matching leather cord found around the victim's neck?
Yeah. I bet it was one of those things she always wore. I got this safe driving charm I've been wearing for over a year now. If I ever get into an accident, it guarantees it'll be the other guy's fault.
Isn't that supposed to stop you from having an accident in the first place? I think we're done here. Anything else in here? No. Gatto's gone. Pearl's gone. Great. I feel like we're gonna want to go down to Heavenly Hall first. Nope, no one's in Heavenly Hall. Can we do the unlocks with Bikini now? I wonder. And Bikini is gone. Where the fuck is everybody? Courtyard? Oh, what the fuck? Oh, what the fuck? Can I examine this?
I'd love to know what that thing was used for on the night of the crime.
Ha. Still thinking small, I see, Phoenix Wright. Or perhaps not at all. That's why you will never defeat me. Sorry to burst your bubble, but I don't recall ever losing to you. It's time for us to settle this once and for all with a final showdown.
Looks like she mentally blocked out my victories over the past year. Oh, sorry, blocked out my victories over her from her memory. What a sentence. You know what? Forget that sentence. Okay. What are we missing? Huh. Is there more to examine? Let's look really closely. Doesn't seem like it. What if I present Gatto? Because we still don't know where the fuck he was. That guy's got more mysteries than a choose-your-own escapade book, pal. Yeah, I know. Trust me, I already know. Can't believe he skipped the trial like that, without even getting permission. He'd have been fired for sure if he worked like, for a normal company. Yeah. Never would have expected the prosecutor's office to be so lax.
Don't get the wrong idea, Phoenix Wright. More importantly, doesn't it strike you as odd that the police are unaware of that man's medical situation?
Of course, being extradited from hell is a serious affair. The meticulous regeneration and adjustment of all your internal organs is, well, let's just say modern medicine allows us all to live to a ripe old age. Even someone like me. Yeah. Why is he hiding that from everyone?
Additionally, it raises another question. Why did he choose to tell only you?
Yeah. Why did he? Interesting. I don't know, I'm not so sure anymore. The clues we found today have turned this whole case topsy-turvy. I can't see how Iris could have done it now.
Oh? How interesting, Scruffy. Sadly, I don't share the same sentiment. Prepare yourself well for tomorrow, Phoenix Wright.
Why does every prosecutor want to burn me at the stake so badly? She sure was a mysterious person. Her real name, her past, it's all a complete mystery. Her real name, wasn't it Elise Donim? What do you mean her real name? As far as we know, it's just Elise Donim, right? Or I guess it could have been a pseudonym. Did we talk about it possibly being a pseudonym? I don't remember.
Still, it strikes me as odd. Why would someone who wishes to remain anonymous become a book author?
You know what probably happened? I bet she didn't know her books were gonna be such a success. That's what I think.
Oh, this is old information. Interesting. Okay, whatever. Huh. Do we have anything else to present to him?
Not really.
What about this photo?
The courtyard? Have we talked to him about this?
What do you make of this photo of the crime scene?
It's really gruesome. And all I can say is that the killer's messed up in the head. But it turns out that the Shichishido thing wasn't the murder weapon. So then why would someone stab it in the victim like that? I don't get that.
That's the mystery we're here to solve.
Let me try that sentence from him again. But if the Shichishido isn't the weapon, then why would someone, stab it in the victim like that?
That's the mystery we're here to solve.
Huh. What about this detective? Any thoughts? Yeah, well, it's pretty chilly today, huh? My brain doesn't work properly in the cold.
Perhaps we'll just have to wait until it's summer, when it's warmer.
Oh, no, my brain doesn't work properly in the heat. I'm kind of weak in the head. Yeah.
There's some things you shouldn't advertise, Gumshoe. Especially in front of her. Alright. What are we missing? Is there anything we haven't examined? Why can we examine that again? Why is this unexamined? This scroll shows a picture of Misty Faye, master of the Kurain channeling technique. But why would anyone cover it with gravy? I can't make out what's drawn on the scroll at all. I'll never understand you Americans and your so-called artists. Artists? Yeah. Oh, that's it. Okay. Have we missed anything else? Franziska doesn't get art. You know, they'd be sitting here and he'd be like, I spent a lot of tickets to take us to this play, Franziska, my fiancé. I hope you like it. And she's like, honestly, Phoenix, I don't even understand. They're just, frolicking around on stage, wiggling their bodies. What is the purpose of this? It's meant to be entertainment, Franziska. Like, some people, think that it helps them tap into the spiritual, or, there's hidden meanings and you assess it and you enjoy it. I mean, some people watch it for the music. Some people, just want to escape and it just gives them something to do that's not like the mundane work that they do in their lives. Well, I don't understand it. I'm gonna go stand outside. When you're done with this little frolicking, you can come meet me on the sidewalk. I'll be in the car. Okay, honey. Yes, my love? What are you doing? I said I was going to the car. Phoenix, right? Yeah, and I'll meet you at the car after the frolicking. Didn't you say that? You're supposed to escort me to the car, Phoenix, right? You're supposed to say, honey, oh, I'm sorry you're not enjoying whatever this is. We'll go home immediately. What kind of husband are you? Fiancé, whatever the fuck I said. Yes, honey. I'm sorry, I have to, excuse me, pardon me. Really, Phoenix? Is there anything else to look at? Welcome, Burp and Waffles. I want this art. I'm sure it already exists. If people find Franziska Phoenix art, please tag me. I want it all. All right, let's go back across the bridge. Still anything? Still nothing. What the fuck are we missing? What the fuck are we missing? Didn't this happen last time? Was there anywhere that we can just talk to Franziska? I think I've been to every room and she's never standing there, is she? Like, she's not talk-to-able, is she? No? I don't think there's anything here. I've only seen a layout like this when I saw a really old Japanese movie on TV. Wow, this hibachi brazier really puts out a lot of heat. Just thinking about how happy, excuse me. Just thinking about how happy we were sitting here eating pot roast and gravy. Has this been defiled or was it always this bad looking? There's a laughably large mug of tum on the altar.
If I can see Cyclops with a tiny Magatama I've got, I can only imagine what kind of power this bad boy has under its hood. Nope, nothing here. Yeah. What the fuck? You can see the main hall from here. I wonder how the head nun is holding up. Oh. Wow. Is that an inkling of human kindness I sense? Ow! Do you enjoy causing other people pain with that sharp tongue of yours? It's nothing compared to the pain you cause with that leathery whip of yours. This is one impressive gate. Compared to the grandeur of the main gate at the Von Karma estate, it's but a pet door. Looks really idyllic with all that snow on it, don't you think? All that snow? Don't make me laugh. This is but a light dusting where I come from. Okay. You don't have to make things up just because you think I'll never get to see it for myself. It's a quaint little bell tower. I never would have thought that something this horrible was about to happen. When Iris rang the lights out bell that night. Oh, never thought something bad would happen when Iris rang the lights out bell that night. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? By the way, can you appreciate that, like, the repair on the bridge is they put down a couple of planks here and there and one giant piece of, like, 1 by 12 or something. And that's how we're getting across. Yeah, I guess it makes sense. What the fuck? Can I examine this again? No. The last time we were here, we got so freaking stumped, and we're stumped again. What are we missing? We got the door. We did the lake. Where's Pearls, by the way? Where the fuck did Pearl go? Nothing else here. So the only thing I'm thinking is we just have to go back and present more to Gumshoe, right? Like, that's the only thing I can think of that we haven't done. Because there's nothing else to explore here, seemingly. I don't know. Oh, can we examine the broom? No, we can't. What haven't we shown you then? Oh my god! We can talk about bloody riding. Fuck me for not checking the dialogue again. Maya. So these letters are written in blood? Yeah. What's worse is it's the victim's blood. Huh? Wait, no, this is Ms. Donim's blood? We haven't done a detailed analysis yet, but yeah, it's looking that way, pal. Huh. Most interesting. Phoenix Wright, I presume you know, don't you? Why Amaya's name is written upside down? You know what? That was really bothering me too. But I just came up with the answer. The result of my own special Gumshoe investigation. Really? Do tell. All right, well, on the night of the murder, that stone lantern was upside down! Ahem. Anyway, there's really only one logical explanation to this mystery. Ms. Elise Donim wrote these letters herself, in her own blood. Huh? Why
make them upside down. You must be joking. No, that's impossible.
From the writing in the victim's blood and the other clues left behind, it seems pretty likely that this garden was the scene of Ms. Elise Donim's murder. At least that's our current theory on how the events took place, pal.
What? Look. Wait, why? What the fuck? But it's on a stone pillar. So if you wrote it in your own blood, like, that doesn't make sense, game. No. It would make sense if it was on her clothing. Or if it was on her body. Because she looks down, she writes facing her on her belly, right? Or on her leg or whatever. And then you look at it and it's upside down because it was from her perspective. But it wouldn't be upside down if you were writing it on a pillar. Unless she was upside down, hanging from something by her feet. Like what? How does that mean she wrote it herself? I'm so confused by that theory. Like, was it knocked over? Like if the lamp was maybe knocked over during a struggle and she was, like, I mean, it looks like a heavy fucking lamp. But if it was knocked over during her struggle and she was lying on top of it and then it was set back up on its side, I guess that would do it. But otherwise, I don't know, dude. So Ms. Donim was killed here?
However you want to look at it, that's what people are saying now.
Well then, what Sister Bikini saw in the courtyard at the main temple was... Well, what was it? If that wasn't the scene of the crime, what did she see?
Well, what do you think, Ms. Von Kurt? Ow!
Surely, a special gumshoe investigation would reveal the answer, no? But wait a second, the bloody writing and all the other clues here. Someone could easily have set all of that up after the murder, right?
Sorry, but that's not an option, pal.
Why not? How quickly you forget, Phoenix Wright. It's cute, honestly. Ever since the incident occurred, honey, this place has been completely inaccessible. You're so cute when you're confused, Phoenix Wright. Because Dusky Bridge was completely burned down.
I was overseeing repairs to the bridge the whole time. I mean, no one came over here before me and my men. Which means no one could have planted all this stuff here.
I can't think of a counter-argument to that. Hey, Fishy.
I knew it. I should have washed the blood off the lantern as soon as I got here.
This really was the scene of the crime. I need to figure out exactly what it was that Bikini actually saw. All right, now I think we can move out. You better be able to. Still nothing here. February 9th, Hazakura Temple, main gate. It seems you have a visitor. Mr. Wright. Iris! I'm really good. I'm really glad to see you.
Gatto managed to mobilize the police by claiming a state emergency.
Not him again. Never mind him. We've got to hurry and unlock the sacred cavern. sorry, Mr. Wright. It's my fault someone so important to you is locked up in there. Mr. Edgeworth, can we finish our conversation later?
All right. Let's hurry to the inner temple then. I'll see you later, Wright.
Wait, Edgeworth! I'm coming with you guys!
Sorry, Wright. I can't allow you to come with us.
What?
I hate to be the one to break it to you, but Maya Fey is in a rather delicate position.
What do you mean by delicate position?
This isn't simply a rescue operation, Wright. It's also an investigation. That being the case, we can't allow members of the public to interfere.
Come on, Edgeworth!
If anything happens, you'll be the first to know. Please understand me.
Let me try that again.
I promise. If anything happens, you'll be the first to know. Please understand, Wright.
But it's Maya, Mr. Wright! All that matters is that Mystic Maya's rescued, correct? Let me try that voice one more time. Mr. Wright, all that matters is that Mystic Maya's rescued, correct?
I feel like I've been growling too long tonight. I've completely lost my ability to do soft voice. Growling and yelling.
All that matters is Mystic Maya's rescued, correct? Listen to the voice of reason for a change, Phoenix Wright.
From now on, consider anything beyond Dusky Bridge to be off limits. We'll be going now. Excuse us.
Ow! Well, this is no time to be standing around, Phoenix Wright. Aren't there other things that demand your attention?
Yeah, she's right. Thanks for reminding me.
And she's gone. And she's gone. Mm-hmm. Is she fully gone? Oh, she's still here with us. She's stuck with us. I love her so much. What are you doing? Don't you have more important things to be worrying about right now, Feeny?
I guess.
All right. Now I'm going to go take care of everything Now I'm going to go take care of everything across the bridge. But I'm counting on you to solve the problems.
I'm so bad at fucking improv.
All right, Feeny. Now I'm going to go across the bridge and we're going to see about getting your Maya out of that box. You worry about Bikini. Get the answers you need. All right? All right. Mwah. Did you just... Go! Just go find some answers. I'm leaving.
February 9th, Hazakura Temple, Main Hall. This has been a fucking night.
Bye, Feeny.
Sister Bikini? Looks like she's shrunk some since the last time I saw her.
You foolish fool. All right, I'm going back across the bridge. Snookums. My darling Phoenix. My little Nick.
What would she call him? I don't think she would. I don't even know. I honestly don't think she would pet name him. They'd be like 15 years married and she'd still call him Phoenix Wright.
Phoenix Wright?
Or she just starts calling him husband.
I'm going to crush you in court tomorrow. I hope you realize that, husband.
Hi, Franziska. Look,
We never know what truth is going to get uncovered until the end of the trial, so the least we can do is both go in there and do our best, okay, sweetie? As if. I'm going to do better than my best. I'm going to crush you underfoot until you beg for mercy, husband! Yes, Angel. Yes, my darling. People of the court. My husband would have you believe that his client is innocent. He is wrong and a fool and stupid. And a fool. A foolish fool who foolishly married, who foolishly had the foolishly foolish idea to propose to me, knowing that this would be his life. Well, are you happy, Phoenix Wright? Are you happy you married me? I mean, every day of my life. I love you. Yes, sure, you're rough around the edges and violent and entitled and loud, but honestly, you're what makes my life exciting. There isn't a day that I'm not happy that we met and that you said yes. Objection! Oh, stop whipping me! The prosecution is ready, Your Honor, as I'm sure is the pathetic defense. Mr. Francisco Von Karma. I'm ready, and my name is Phoenix Wright. Of course, honey. Sure, darling. Yes, sweetie. Sister Bikini looks like she's shrunk some since I last saw her. Don't be so rude, Phoenix. What's wrong, Sister Bikini? My. Hello, you two. How are you doing? Oh. From the sound of that sigh, I guess she's still pretty down. Iris was just here, you know. She was accompanied by that handsome crimson-clad prince. Is she talking about Edgeworth? It was just a courtesy call. I wasn't allowed to talk to her at all. Oh dear. It's all my fault that this happened. It's all my fault that this has happened. Poor Iris. She was worried about my back. Would you believe? What have I done to her? Hey. Only what you had to do, sister. Sorry, let me try that one more time after a sip of water. Hey. You did what you had to do, sister. You bravely and truthfully testified about what you saw. There's no shame in that. And we'll see to it that your testimony wasn't made in vain. Well, I don't hear anyone else saying that. Mr. Blue Suits doesn't seem to share your opinion, I see. Huh? Me? Ow! Glare. I imagine her saying that anime style. Glare. What? Glare? What do you want? Glare. Oh, yes. You did great, Sister Bikini. Absolutely spectacular. Did he just get whipped mid-sentence? I think he did. You two are the only ones who've said that to me. I can't shake the feeling that I just became a shill to a shrew. Do you have a problem, Phoenix Wright? Sure, she was brave to testify so truthfully like that. I know she's still hiding something. Guess it's time to break those cyclocks of hers.
Take that!
And Misfits, before we start this, just because I've got like 10 minutes before I have an ad, I'm going to go ahead and hit the ad button. Probably be the last ad button of the night, I think. So I'll see you back here in just 3 minutes, and then we'll do the takedown, okay? Go, stretch your legs, rest your voice. Wait, no, that's what I'm going to do. Go, refill your water, use the restroom, do whatever you need to do. I will be right back.
All right. Shall we do this? What is there to learn about Elise Donim? And why does Sister Bikini keep calling her Mystic Elise? What does that mean? What the fuck is going on? Just lip bombing. Sister Bikini, the truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. Hello, creeping thing. I'm convinced that Ms. Elise Donim had a special significance to this temple. As to why she had a special significance, I believe it has to do with her true identity. What on earth are you talking about? She was. Mystic Elise was an author, just an author of picture books. To be honest, I had my suspicions almost immediately after I met her. Suspicions? Yeah. But I didn't have any evidence to support my theory, though. But now I do. This piece of evidence proves Ms. Donim's true identity. Huh? Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise. I mean, I have a theory, but it's horrendous. So I really... Huh. Oh no! Oh no! I didn't realize that before. Oh, it's horrendous. Oh, Misfits, it's horrendous. So this item that she wore around her neck, so the children's book author, Elise Donim, who's been getting called Mystic Elise by Sister Bikini, was wearing something with a Magatama on it, and it's called the Karain Master's Talisman. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Take that!
Ms. Donim had this charm with her at all times. Where did you? This isn't just some cheap good luck charm either. Then, what do you think it is, Mr. Wright? What could a talisman like that possibly mean? It is a talisman, isn't it? Interesting. Oh! This thing speaks volumes about who Ms. Donim really was. This talisman and one other item unequivocally prove... Sorry, let me try that again. This item, this talisman, and one other item unequivocally prove Ms. Donim's true identity. This talisman and one other item unequivocally prove Ms. Donim's true identity. I mean, I kinda want to present the scroll. Because I have this sinking feeling that that's who it is. Wait a minute. Yeah, oh God, look at it. We learned about this. This is the symbol of the Kurain Master's talisman. It's the Magatama surrounded by like the dots and the 6 elements. Like this specifically is a crest. Not just the Magatama, but with everything, like with the wings or the spirits or whatever, and the dots. That's a crest for the Kurain Master. And fuck me, I just hit the cancel button. Fuck.
Take that!
Hold on. Yeah.
Take that!
And he says, this talisman and one other item unequivocally prove Ms. Donim's true identity. And that same symbol with the dots and the wings is at the top of the Kurain Master's poster.
Misfits.
This is a poster of Maya's mother.
Take that!
The painting is obscured by the gravy stain at the moment. But this scroll shows the master of the Kurain channeling technique. The crest at the top is a sign of that honorable title. The very same crest that adorns the talisman that the victim carried with her. Oh! This crest is reserved for the master of Kurain. Well, who on earth told you that nonsense? I've got no idea what you're talking about. The new master. Maya Fey told me. What? You mean that acolyte was Misty Fey's daughter? Yeah. Are you sure? Yes. In fact, since her eldest daughter passed away, Maya's Misty Fey's sole successor. Mystic Misty. Mystic Elise graced us with her presence about a week ago. When she showed me the talisman with that mark on it, well, I nearly fainted. No one had seen her since she disappeared 17 years ago, after all. What is the significance of this talisman, sister? The Kurain talisman, it's the symbol of the master of the Kurain. The bearer must carry it with them at all times until their death. Until their death. So Elise Domin. I can read. So Elise Donim was really Maya's mother, huh? She was Misty Fey, the master of the Kurain channeling technique. The truth comes out at last. Looks like we're making some headway here. Tell me, sister, after 17 years, why did she choose to show herself now? Because something happened that called her out of hiding.
What happened?
Well... What's happening?
It can't be.
Earthquake! Ah! Oh my goodness, the inner temple! This kind of tremor might... The inner temple? The sacred cavern in the training hall, it might well cave in! What? Maya! It seems to have passed. I think. Oh, we can't just stand here and do nothing. Let's go. What? Where? To the inner temple, of course. Where else?
Sister Bikini, we'll finish this later, all right?
Of course. You run along now. People may have been hurt. I must get some first aid kits ready. Come on then, Phoenix Wright. They won't bar you from entering as long as I'm with you. Oh, thank you. Right at that moment, I had the worst feeling in my gut. We just had an earthquake. I wonder if he's all right. You look worried. Are you thinking about Miles Edgeworth? Come on, let's go. We've got to hurry to the inner temple and... Right! Ugh! What are you doing here? Ugh. How could I have... Ugh. How do you expect us to understand if you don't speak up? Ow! Hey, why am I the one getting whipped?
She's gone.
No.
The defendant, Iris. She's gone.
Gone where?
She fled. She escaped.
What? So, it was just now, during the... It's easy to see Edgeworth's one and only weakness. His fear of earthquakes.
I should have known better than to...
Let me try that again.
I should have known better than to escort the defendant alone. As soon as the ground started shaking, everything went dark before my eyes, and I stupidly passed out.
That incident haunts you to this day, doesn't it?
It's no excuse for letting a suspect get away. I can't believe I let it happen. Right? The inner temple area is a dead end, so she could have only escaped to this side.
We haven't seen her.
Then we need to get a manhunt underway now and search Eagle Mountain from top to bottom. Wait! Edgeworth.
Have you thoroughly checked the inner temple yet?
Don't be ridiculous. Why would I? The inner temple is like an island. There's no way to escape but to cross.
No, that's not it. Iris isn't the type of person to run away, Edgeworth.
What are you talking about?
Sister Bikini mentioned something when we were with her. She said that the sacred cavern might have caved in because of an earthquake. Then you think Iris might have gone to the inner temple to check on the situation? Listen, Edgeworth. I'm sure she's at the inner temple. A manhunt is not necessary.
Right?
Let's not waste any more time. We need to get to the training hall. We need to get to the training hall sacred cavern now.
All right, let's go.
February 9th, Inner Temple,
training hall. Fortunately, the sacred cavern hadn't caved in. But what we found was something none of us could have ever expected.
Well, how can there be even more locks? What is the meaning of this? Iris! Iris, please tell me. What the hell is going on? Oh my god, what a cliffhanger. Oh my god, dude. No way. No way. An earthquake starts. Iris escapes, runs back to the island, maybe to check on Maya, and when they get there, she's standing in front of the cave. And the cave has 4 additional locks guarding it. What the fuck is going on? And you know what's even crazier? That's part 1 of the investigation. There's a whole other investigation. I thought we were going to trial. We're not going to trial yet. We're still investigating. What the fuck is this case? Insane. Insane, dude. I completely forgot that there was a whole other fucking investigation day. Oh my god. But that's where we need to end, Misfits. That's where we're gonna leave it, with a crazy freaking cliffhanger. And when we get back next Friday, we're going to do the post-earthquake investigation, and then whatever the fuck happens after that. Hey, Misfits, are you guys having fun? Are you enjoying this case? Has it piqued your interest yet? Of course, Edwin. And also, Desi Lou, welcome. Yo, kiddos, I am fucking loving this. Thank you so much for being here tonight for this trial, for this case. This is insane. This is one of the craziest cases in the whole fucking series. But that's it. I'm so spent. My voice is so tired. We did so many Phoenix Wright and Franziska ship fanfic improvs that I hope you enjoyed. It definitely led to me like using my voice way the fuck more than I probably would have otherwise, just because of all the Franziska yelling. And also, you know my voice. That is not where my pitch lives. I live down here. She lives up there. But man, that was so much fun. Is it Friday yet? I want more. I want to keep going, but I'm gonna fall over if I do. So I'm gonna leave it there. Misfits, we are gonna be back tomorrow. I'm going to stream tomorrow, but I've got 2 events tomorrow, and I think I'm probably... One of 2 things is going to happen tomorrow, Misfits. One of 2 things, all right? Listen up. Come in here. Come here. Hold on. Hi. Either I'm going to go live around 11 a.m. or something tomorrow, which, fuck me. And we are going to do a scrimmage for next week's Apex tournament that I'm in. And then after that, in theory, I'm going to be in a Lethal Company stream with Marina. Or I will leave you out of the scrimmage and not worry about that, but I will go live for the Lethal Company collab. So I'll either be live tomorrow, like bright and early at like 11 a.m. Pacific time, or I'll be live around like 5 p.m. Pacific time, okay? When I know what I'm doing, I will post it in the Discord. If you're here for the first time, or if you're not in there yet, that's where I do most of my stream announcements. I tweet a fair bit, but most of my stream announcements happen in the Discord. If you're here from someone's raid or you found me in the directory or you popped in from Twitter and you enjoyed your stay, I would love to have you back. So if you can hear the sound of my voice, throw me a follow. Come back. Let's do this again sometime. Fridays are Ace Attorney streams, but I do play a lot of other games. I'm a variety streamer. I play games like Destiny. I've been playing Baldur's Gate. I've been playing Terraria, and we're just going to keep going from there. There's always something to play. So if you had fun, if you enjoyed the vibe, throw me a follow and come back. Feel free to join the Discord. Feel free to follow me on Twitter if you don't already. Thank you so much for the support tonight. Holy shit, you guys. So many gifted subs. We had a donation. We had a bunch of new people come in. That means so much to me. Truly, it helps make this possible. And I know that like every fucking video ever says that, but I truly mean it, especially with the fucking actor strike and all this other shit that's going on. That support means the world to me. So if you dropped a gift sub tonight, or you subbed to the channel, resubbed, you're fucking rad. Thank you. And to everybody else included, thank you for keeping me company here. I love doing this. This is my favorite stream all week. It is exhausting, as I'm sure you can hear in my voice, but it's so much fun. And it's very special to me. And I think when I first decided I wanted to do it, I thought like, oh, no one's going to want to watch that. But the fact that people tune in every week and they keep me company for this really, really means a lot to me. So thank you. And other than that, I'm going to take us over somewhere. Where do we want to go? I'm going to take us over to... Hachi's playing Valorant. Dioriko is just chatting. Siren's playing Final Fantasy. Dioriko's apparently lost connection to the stream. AI Candy is playing... Looks like Warhammer. Oh, that looks fun. I've got to pick up that game. I've heard it's really good. I'm really, really excited to give it a shot. Iron Mouse is playing Alien Isolation. Fuck that. And Mato is playing Black Myth Wukong. I was going to raid Dia, but because her connection is broken, let's go say hi to Mato, shall we? I'm going to take us over to Mato's stream. Hey, if you can do me one favor when you get there, just drop your favorite emote in chat. Spam the hell out of it. That would mean a whole lot to me. Okay? Can you do that? I'll give you a starter. The heart and the raid, easy peasy. But if you have something else you want to do that too. Follow your heart. Don't listen to me. What the fuck do I know? If you want to do the animated ones because you're one of my subbies, or if you want to show off a higher tier emote because you're one of my higher tier subbies, you can do that too. If you have a different emote that you like, just pick your favorite and go ahead. If you want to spam the ad emote, you can spam the fucking ad emote. I think it'll put a smile on our face to see a whole bunch of Mel emotes at the chat. Okay? I will see you all tomorrow at some point. Have a wonderful night. Stay hydrated. Get some rest whenever you do, and I will see you when I see you. Mwah! Good night, good night, good night, good night. All right, get the hell out of here. And thank you again.